On record.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brian McPherson. Mr. McPherson, your offender number is 16884, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Mr. Humiston, and then we have Agent Kuhn from AP&P. Mr. McPherson, Agent Kuhn, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, Agent Kuhn, you're still muted, so we didn't record that. Thank you. All right, Mr. McPherson, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with your attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Humiston, I don't know how familiar you are with our proceedings here at the board, but we do have one allegation against Mr. McPherson. The first order of business is to ask whether you have met with him and have had a chance to decide whether he's going to admit to the allegation, plead no contest, or enter a denial to the allegation.
We're going to enter a denial, Your Honor, sir.
Okay. Okay. So with the denial, then the next step would be to, the next step would be to hold an evidentiary hearing.
Yes.
Okay. So I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set this for an evidentiary on the next available calendar. I think we're probably a couple months out,
Okay.
but Mr. Humiston, we do have your appearance of counsel on record, so you should receive a copy of that schedule when Mr. McPherson is placed on a calendar.
Okay.
All right.
So we won't be assigning that. That won't be calendared today. Then I'll receive a notice at some point. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Right. I don't do the calendaring. We have a whole department that handles that, just to make sure that the calendars are running smoothly. If they left it up to me, it'd be a mess. So, and Agent Kuhn, any issues with pushing for an evidentiary?
I don't have any contest, no.
Okay. All right. So I'll note the denial, and then we will set this for an evidentiary on the next available calendar. Mr. McPherson, you'll get a letter as well from the board letting you know what time. It will also be posted on the internet. The schedule will be when you are scheduled for an evidentiary. So you can wait for that letter to get to you, or your attorney can let you know, or if you're in contact with people on the outside, you can look it up on the board's website. That's probably the fastest way for you to get to know, through your attorney or through friends and family on the outside. Okay?
Absolutely fantastic, sir. Thank you.
All right. And with that, we will conclude the hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good day,
All
folks.
right. Thank you. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Dakota Hess. Mr. Hess's offender number is 239520. He is not present today. Present with me is Agent Foster from AP&P and Attorney Kate Conyers, who's representing Mr. Hess. Mr. Hess is facing felony and misdemeanor charges in cases ending in 1995 and 1881. The 1995 does relate to allegation number 1. Doesn't look like I didn't see charges having been filed related to allegation number 2. Agent Foster, can you speak to that briefly? Oh, we don't have audio from you, Agent Foster. Still can't hear you. Still not able to hear you.
Off record.
All right, we're back on the record in the matter of Dakota Hess, offender 239520. So Agent Foster, do you know, are we anticipating a charge being filed for allegation number 2?
No, I didn't see any charges for that one. I think that one's just a technical.
Okay, all right. All right, with that, Ms. Conyers, we have the 2 allegations against Mr. Hess. I'm guessing you've had an opportunity to meet with him.
I
Is
did.
that
I had
correct?
an opportunity to meet with him on Monday. What we discussed is his upcoming pretrial next week on the first allegation. We'd like to enter denials at this time and set over for 60 days was our request.
Okay. Agent Foster, any issues with that?
No issues.
Okay. All right, so I will take note of the denials. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set this for a paper review in 60 days, and then just if Mr. Hess gets that resolved, just let us know and we'll get him back on the next calendar. And with that, we will conclude the hearing. This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Christian Strickland. Mr. Strickland, your offender number is 207415, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning.
Nice to
On the
meet you.
monitor, nice to meet you as well, thank you. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Heath from APNP. Mr. Strickland and Agent Heath, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Strickland, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
I did.
All right, very good. All right, Ms. Conyers, we have, I'll just say for the record, Mr. Strickland is facing criminal charges in case ending 0527, one of which is related to allegation number 1. So there's an arraignment scheduled later this month. With that, Ms. Conyers, we have 3 allegations against Mr. Strickland. How are we handling those today?
Yes, we'll enter denials at this time. And Mr. Strickland, we also had a conversation with you off screen, without you off screen for a quick moment, just so I could ask about charge number 3. That was the one with the possession of a financial transaction card. Your agent's going to follow up on that to see if they're going to file that charges separately. But I think what we need to do today is we need to enter denials and then set this over while we watch that case that attaches to number 1 and to see what happens with number 3.
Okay. All right. I'll note the denials. I'll take judicial notice of the pending case. Agent Heath, if you could just keep the board updated, if you could kind of pursue allegation 3 to determine whether charges are going to be filed and let us know how APNP plans to proceed. If you'll pursue it as a technical or if there will be charges filed, then we can at least know what to expect.
I will do.
All right. So with that, I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set this for our paper review. Mr. Strickland, if you get the one case that is pending against you, if you get it resolved quickly, if you'll let us know at the board through your attorneys, we can get you back on a calendar as quickly as possible. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself through an attorney appointed to you at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Mr. Clark, do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by entering these no contest pleas, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. I'll accept the no contest pleas as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. So, Mr. Clark, I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney, a brief conversation with Agent McKernan, and then you and I'll have a conversation at the end of the hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, thank you. We're asking for 120 days and another attempt at parole. And he'd like to be released back to Nuke. He thinks that that would be a good opportunity if he is able to go back to Nuke. He does recognize that he was using meth. The no contest plea was because it wasn't at the facility. However, he recognizes that this would be a great opportunity for him to get sober and then also not be overwhelmed. When he was first released, this was his first parole. It sounded like it happened pretty quickly and he didn't know what to expect and he was feeling a little overwhelmed. So now he has a plan for success. He knows what to expect. He knows what's expected of him and believes that he will be successful this go around. So he is asking for that opportunity at parole, starting with Nuke. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Agent McKernan, any recommendation or additional information?
AP&P would like to see that Mr. Clark be screened for an MIO assessment. And before he is, before another parole is granted for him. He does have some mental health concerns. I think an MIO assessment would be really good for him. And that might help him with his substance use if he can be on the proper medication. And we recommend, AP&B recommends 180 days.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Clark, now's your opportunity to speak. So we have a couple of issues, and I'm sure you saw in your disclosure packet, there was the information from your therapist talking about how it may be worthwhile to screen you for the mental health program upon parole. Let's talk first about that. Tell me about your mental health.
I've been diagnosed schizoaffective and borderline personality disorder and extreme anxiety. Just recently, before I was released last time, they got me on a medication called Invega, and it's kind of gotten my schizophrenia under control. I don't quite hear the voices so much more, and I don't see no more figures, shadow figures and stuff no more. So that's really good. That's going really good in my favor right now. My anxiety's under control right now. It was very hard for me at first when I was released. I didn't know what to do, what to expect. I didn't really know how to go about everything, basically taking care of myself. I was handed everything in prison, and just to get out and do everything myself was kind of hard, and I didn't think it would be so hard and so much run around and having to go see all the doctors and maintain my sobriety at the same time. And it was just very overwhelming for me at first. And I think this go around will be much better success. I feel very confident in that. And I do need to keep my mental health in check. That is for sure.
Tell me about your drug use.
Oh, I've been using meth since I was 12 years old, on and off, and this is the first time I ever wanted to not use it. I'm so sick of it. I've grown to hate that drug. I can't stand it no more. It's ruined my life time and time again, and I always end up in prison or jail. I lose everything, you know, and I'm just so sick of it. I can't stand it, you know, and with my schizophrenia, it makes it real hard to try to stay away from it, you know, and this time, like, I'm done. I've never said it before. I never not wanted to not use it. This time I don't want to use it. I'm sick of it. I hate it, you know, and I've grown to hate that lifestyle, just not having nothing and nobody, you know. I got 2 kids that are dependent on me and waiting for me to come home so I can see them, and I want that, you know, and they're only 4 and 5, and I've been locked up the whole time since they were pretty much born. I want to be in their life, you know. I'm sick of coming in and out, and this time is different. And if I need a little mental health program to help me function properly in life, then I'm all for it. You know, I don't mind it. I'm all for growth and development, and I hope, you know, and pray that everything goes well with my mental health. You know, it's real hard.
Well, you mentioned something about how the schizophrenia makes it difficult to stay away from meth. Can you talk to me a little bit? Is that because the meth helps kind of quell the voices and the shadows that you see?
Yeah, I kind of what they call self-medicate, and when I'm not on the proper medications, I seek out other medications to fix it and deal with it, and I need to be on the proper medication, and that's why I'm all for my mental health, you know, to treat it, and but I've also learned, especially this last time around, that using drugs that are not prescribed is not the way to handle it. You know, it don't
But-
fix it.
Tell me what that drug use looked like. So you were on parole for maybe a couple of months. When did you start using after you had been released?
It was about 3 or 4 weeks after.
So during that first couple of weeks when you were clean, what were you doing to stay clean?
I was trying to do everything and get everything together as far as my classes and the doctors, and getting the right doctor in place so he can prescribe me the medications I need, and staying on my Suboxone, and I was kind of overwhelmed because it was a lot of running around and coming up with the money to get like transportation and stuff to go to these places. It was hard, and I didn't really like have nobody, you know. I don't have no family out here, so it's real hard.
So then when you started using, were you using every day? Were you using?
No,
Maybe
it was
a couple-
just from like a couple, 2, 3 times from time to time. I would get overwhelmed, and there would be like somebody around that was using, and I'd be like, well, if I just hit it a couple times, I'll be all right. You know, it'll help me, and you know what I mean? I can get sober and go see the doctor and get my medication. And I was supposed to go back and see the doctor. He was supposed to put me on some ADHD medication to help me with some of my disabilities. And I got arrested and I wasn't able to get on it. So he was helping me. It was just not in time before I broke down.
Gotcha. Okay. So where is your family?
California.
And then are there any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, I've had a gunshot wound to the back of the head, and I got a hip injury too. I've been run over by a truck, and it broke my hip and there's, a chip of my hip broke off and it got lodged in my joint. So it hurts real bad. But I can still like work and stuff. I just need to get surgery to get it removed.
Okay. Thank you. You've answered all of my questions. Is there anything that we haven't discussed that you wanted the board to be aware of, or anything else you want to say on your behalf?
I just want to say, I'm sorry for coming back. I didn't want to come back. It was just real hard out there and I slipped up and, but I think it was a good opportunity to understand that how much I don't want to use meth, you know, and I feel very confident that I'm never going to use it again. And this time is really different for me. You know, I've gotten closer with God and he's working in my life. He's working wonders in my life right now. And I feel good and I'm medicated and if I can stay on my medications when I get out, just go straight to the doctor and have my medications, I think I'll do good.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'm going to take my report to the board. They will deliberate and make a final decision as to whether to grant another parole or not and under what conditions. Once they've reached that decision, they post it online almost immediately. And then they do send you a letter in the mail. So if you're in contact with people on the outside, they can look it up on the internet and let you know what the decision is. That happens fast. Otherwise, you have to wait for maybe up to a couple weeks for that letter to arrive. Okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Terry Hudson. Mr. Hudson, your offender number is 69232, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Peterson from AP&P. Mr. Hudson, Agent Peterson, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hudson, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
I did.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
I did.
Okay, very good. All right, I will note that Mr. Hudson has pled guilty to 2 offenses in case ending in 3263. It looks like he is awaiting sentencing in that matter. The allegations in that case are related to allegations 5 through 8. So with that, Ms. Conyers, we have 8 allegations against Mr. Hudson. How are we handling those today?
Yes, thank you. 1 through 5, 1 through 4, we are ready to handle, but we need to wait for sentencing. So let's enter denials on everything at this time, and then we'll set it over for 30 days as that sentencing is currently set for March 6th.
Okay. All right, Agent Peterson, any issues with that?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hudson, I'm sure as your attorney has made you aware, Because there's the question of whether you will be sentenced to prison on these new cases, we have to wait till that gets fully resolved until we are able to determine whether you violated your parole or not officially. So I'm going to take judicial notice of the pending case. I note that we're just waiting for sentencing. I'll note the denials, but I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. So we're going to continue this matter and set it for paper review in 30 days. And when your case gets resolved, we will get you back on the appropriate calendar, whether it's back in front of me or one of my colleagues for a parole violation and an original hearing based off of the new conviction. Okay, Mr. Hudson?
Okay.
All right, with that, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
place set for a parole violation hearing for Shane Hall. Mr. Hall, your offender number is 156970. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Allen from AP&P. Mr. Hall, Agent Allen, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hall, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
I did.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Ms. Conyers, looks like we have 6 allegations against Mr. Hall. Looks like allegations 5 and 6 were added. I didn't have when I originally looked at this, but they have been added, I noticed this morning. Do you have all 6 of those, Ms. Conyers?
No, I only had 4 of them. Let me see, hold on one second. Let me look in my email. Just a moment.
Yeah, I don't have an updated warrant request with those additional 2. I just have 1 through 4, and yet
That's
5.
what I had.
5 and 6 have been added. Agent Allen, can you speak to that at all?
I'd have to go look at them real quick. Give me just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything anywhere.
Yeah, I just checked again.
So we were prepared to go on the first 4 with admissions.
Okay. I'll just, since they're here, just so that you both are aware. Allegation 5 is that Mr. Hall used methamphetamine on or about 11/25/2024. And then allegation 6 was that he used, possessed, consumed, or had access to alcoholic beverages on or about that same date, 11/25/2024. So, but again, there's nothing, no language, no probable cause statements for either of those. All right, Agent Allen, can you speak to allegations 5 and 6?
Yeah, I was just looking at them. It looks like I updated him when he got arrested. I never finished the warrant update. Strike those.
Okay, so I don't have a probable cause statement. So Ms. Conyers, how do you want to proceed today?
I guess, Agent, knowing that he's going to admit through 1 through 4, can we just strike 5 and 6? Or are you asking for admissions on 5 and 6?
Yeah, we can strike those.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll admit 1 through 4.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. All right, and then we're entering denials to allegation 5 and 6.
Yes, and asking to strike them, a stipulated motion to strike.
Right, okay. All right. Excuse me. Mr. Hall, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure that you understand that you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where AP&P bears the burden of proof. They have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. They'd have to do so by putting on witness testimony and or exhibits. You would be able to defend yourself through an through an attorney appointed to you at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine APP's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights?
I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir, I do. I denied it on my paperwork, because I read that the evidentiary hearing, and I put to please expedite it. Do you know how I have a timeline on a evidentiary hearing?
Well,
I agree.
So,
I'll
okay,
admit
sir,
to him.
sir, hold on. Let me, so, because this is important to make sure that I have it straight. So you are admitting to these allegations, which then precludes an evidentiary hearing. If you want to force APP to prove that this all happened, then that's what the evidentiary hearing is for. If you're admitting to these today, then we're not going to do an evidentiary hearing. We're just going to have a discussion today about what happened, and then the board will make a decision as to whether to grant parole or not.
Okay.
So if you want an evidentiary hearing, then you may need to have a brief conversation with your attorney, because then we'd be looking at denying these allegations and moving to an evidentiary. If you want to just admit to them, then you're not going to have an evidentiary hearing, and we'll move to a disposition on whether, and get this in front of the board as to whether to grant parole or not. So how do you want to proceed?
I'd like to just admit with an explanation on what happened.
Okay. So you understand that by entering the admissions, you're waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So what now happens is, so I'll accept your admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney, a brief conversation with Agent Allen. Then you and I will have a conversation where you can give me more information about what happened on this parole. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. All right. So with that, I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll note the denials to allegations 5 and 6. I recommend that they be dismissed based off of the stipulated motion. And through all of that, we'll revoke Mr. Hall's previous parole date. So, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, a bit of additional information first, and I'm sure Mr. Hall wants to discuss this in greater detail maybe, but what happened here is he said that when he was at the center, the 2 employees believed that he had insulted them, and he didn't. But when challenged on this, he said he wanted proof, like the surveillance videos or whatever, to show that he had actually said some of those things. And then as this conversation ensued, he said he wanted an attorney and wasn't provided one. And so it was about a scuffle about that. Anyway, this was his second attempt at parole. He's been in for about 80 days. He's looking to the board for whatever makes more sense, whether that's a termination that may make more sense, or to do an interstate compact to Idaho. He's already started that process and sent in money for an interstate compact to Idaho. In Idaho specifically, because he has some property and he has a trailer and a shop where he can do some work. He does handyman work. He's also trying to get on SSDI. He also would intend to help his mom as she takes care. That property is her boyfriend's property, and she helps care for that property. It sounds like it's quite large. He also has concerns about his stepdad. He's in stage 4 prostate cancer, and his mom, who is getting older and has dementia. He also has a civil matter in Idaho, a civil suit he needs to take care of, and hopes to get out as soon as possible so that he can handle that matter. And I believe that he sent a fairly lengthy letter to the BOP kind of explaining all of this. So just kind of wanted to reiterate some of those highlights. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. All right, Agent Allen, any recommendation or additional information from the state?
Yeah, just with the Weber Recovery Center stuff, just wanted to comment on that. We send frequently, especially on parole. It's a very regular thing, like once a week. And it's very rare for someone to get kicked out of there for behavior issues that's on parole. So I definitely believe there was something there. And on that note, I think that if he is in Utah, that he should be released to a halfway house. But I would be in agreement with the compact stuff. He has talked to me about his family in Idaho and wanting to go to Idaho. So I think that would be a great idea for him.
Okay. Does AP&P have any position on a termination?
I don't know exactly when his termination date is, but I don't believe it's anytime really soon.
Well, I mean, we're 18 months away from his last sentence expires October of 2026. So it's not like right around the corner.
So AP&P, I believe, would respectfully recommend that he continue supervision at this point, and receive a mental health evaluation, substance abuse evaluation, those kind of standard things as he substances, and had to go to that recovery center. And so I don't believe that he is ready to just be terminated without.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hall, now's your opportunity to speak. Seems like things were going well for the first couple of months, and then things kind of went sour from there. So tell me how things went on this parole.
Well, when I was in Nuke, I had some problems. I was on my last class and they put me off for 3 weeks with no supervision. So I admitted to a dirty and was clean. And then on the second one, they put me off for another 3 weeks on my last class of anger management. And I admitted to another dirty and they didn't test me. And then on the third one, I was dirty. In my paperwork, it said that there was 4 violations that were allowed. They gave me 3, but it's to the discretion of Mr. Allen. So he sent me to Weber Recovery Center. I got a hold of his supervisor and one day, and I didn't get her name. I should have got her name, but she said that if I dropped everything right now and went to Weber Human Services, that I could do that and call in colors because that's how I usually did it, and that was the best way to stay clean for me. So I did that, and I talked to my therapist for a couple hours, and then got back with AP&P, and he said no, that wasn't correct, and that he was listening to the conversation, and I was just wondering why he didn't say something when I was on the phone to her at the time. And so I assumed I could go to Weber Human Services, and I finally did get into Weber Recovery Center. There was an issue with them when I went to court in Idaho. They didn't file my motion to continue until 20 minutes before I was supposed to be in court. Therefore, I did get a little upset with them because of that. I mean, that concerns my father's property up there. And that was the issue. And then so my caseworker, she said she paid for it with her credit card. The judge waived the fee because of what happened. And I did get my motion to continue on that. And then I was halfway through the program and they wanted me to sign a behavioral contract, and I had them print up the contract, which I still have the printout of both the contracts. I signed them digitally. The behavioral contract I never signed. And that's what they said that I violated. I didn't sign that behavioral contract. And they said that that's why that I was kicked out of there. They said that I called one of them a fat piece of whatever and told him to do his job, and I did no such thing. I wouldn't lie about that, and I wouldn't call somebody that was overweight a fat piece of, I wouldn't do it. And it was a mess, and they wouldn't even let me explain. The clinical director, Brian, and the office manager, Sheila, wouldn't even let me explain what was going on. She said I had 10 minutes to be off the property or I was trespassing. So I told her then I was going to probably get a hold of a lawyer, and I asked them if they was going to contact Mr. Allen. She said she didn't know, and I talked to my therapist. My therapist said she would back me up on this, and my son said he would back me up on this. That's who picked me up. So if they haven't contacted Weber Recovery Center and looked into it, I think they should really look into it. You know, because this is our lives that they're messing with. And if they can lie to somebody about what we're doing, our behavior, that's just not right. I don't think that's right. I don't want to prolong this. My stepdad's not going to make it much longer. He'll probably be around another 2 or 3 months is all. And my mom's in dementia really bad, and they need me as much as I need them. My son's drinking a half gallon every 3 days. It's a mess. And I'd just like to get out and take care of this. I did put in for the cook program at Nuke to help pay for my rent. If I can get sent to Nuke, then that'd be fine. Other than that, I am going to file the interstate compact. I have to have a release date for the interstate compact. So I did send a transfer to the Board of Pardons, but I think that was the wrong way to go about it. I need to have an officer sign one here because they didn't take the $50 off of my account. So
Okay.
when I get a release date, or then I can follow through with that.
Okay, so let me ask real quick, are you currently being treated for any mental health issues?
I'm bipolar and I'm on medication. They just switched my medication. They doubled my medication. So I refused it last night because I wanted to be coherent today. And I'm glad I did because it was really strong. And I got PTSD that they discovered, and GAD, whatever I don't even know what GAD is. And I don't know, it's not good. And
I think I'm not a medical professional, but I think GAD would stand for general anxiety disorder.
yes, sir. Yeah.
All right.
To today.
So there's still, yeah, it's a nervous time, understandable. How about any physical health issues? Anything that would keep you from being successful on parole?
Well, I'm doing my best. I work out. I stretch a lot. My back's messed up. I have chronic sciatica. But I'm on medication for that as well. And that's
Okay.
why.
All right, let me just ask, so on this parole, what did your drug use look like?
Pardon me?
What did your drug use look like? How often were you using drugs?
I was doing really good until the last, then it was, each month I had 2 dirties for each month that they put off my anger management class, and I couldn't find a domestic violence class to get into. I've checked 3
Okay,
or 4.
hold on, Mr. Hall, hold on. Let's stick with I need to get more information about what your drug use looked like. So for the last couple of months of your parole, you were using a couple of times, or was it every day? Tell me more about that.
It was once the first month, and then once or twice the second month. And then when I supposedly went on the run, they dated that as 11/19. It was 11/8 was my son's birthday when all this happened.
Okay.
So
then were you using every day?
no, I just used once or twice, and I wasn't using every day.
Okay. So after you had left Weber Recovery Service or the Weber Recovery Center, from that time, did you use a couple of times?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Okay. And I'm not trying to, I mean, there's some positive things happen. Looks like we've got a good outlook on what could happen next. So I'm not trying to end on the worst note possible. I just need to make sure I got that information to take to the board.
Okay.
You've answered all of my questions and we're out of time, but is there anything else you want the board to be aware of, or anything else you want to say on your behalf that we haven't already talked about?
No, I think the best thing for me would be to go to Idaho. I mean,
Okay.
it's a small town. I mean, there's no bars. There's one little store, and I tried to do that, and my sisters came up and made me come back to Utah, and I ended up in this mess.
Gotcha.
I think I'd be better off up there, actually,
Okay.
to tell you the truth.
All right, well, I'll take all this information and I'll give it to the board through my reports. They'll take time to deliberate, make their decision as to what to do next.
Okay,
Once they've reached their decision, they post it online almost immediately, but then they'll send you a letter in the mail.
okay, I'd
So
also,
you could either,
is it okay if I apologize to Mr. Allen too for
certainly,
our miscommunications? I got really upset with him the day that they arrested me, and because nobody would listen to me on this. And so I apologize for that, and it won't happen again, okay? And I appreciate that.
all right. Thank you, Mr. Hall. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You guys have a nice day.
You as well.
I will be covering the next hearing as well.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hatfield, can you hear me okay? Oh, you're still muted there in Cache County. This is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for Brandon Hatfield. Mr. Hatfield, your offender number is 142974, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, and then we have Agent Allen from AP&P. Agent Allen has already been sworn in this morning. He remains under oath for this hearing, but Mr. Hatfield, I do need to put you under oath. If I could have you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Hatfield, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right, excellent. All right, Ms. Conyers, looks like we have 4 allegations against Mr. Hatfield. How are we handling those today?
Yes, he'll admit to 1 through 3, and then number 4 will say no contest as he was kicked out of the program before he could be on his meds or do his treatment.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Hatfield, before I accept your pleas, I need to make sure you understand a couple of things. First of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And then you do have the right to require AP&P to prove all of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. At that hearing, you would be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as the calling of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions in this no contest plea, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right. I'll accept the pleas as knowingly and voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. Mr. Hatfield, I'll have a conversation with your attorney, and then a conversation with Agent Allen, and then you and I will have a conversation, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, both. So he was doing first a bit of information. He was doing fairly well at Nuke. He was doing his treatment. He was on his meds. He was going to Weaver Recovery Services. However, in the last month, when he became homeless, he started relapsing and then got kicked out. He is now, this was the 6th attempt on parole. He has been in custody going on about 5 months. What we're asking for is 180 days and another attempt at parole. We hope to start that again at Nuke and then to sober living. He tells me that he has several job opportunities. Sounds like 2 main ones, either at Treehouse or going back to Capstone. That's where he was before. And his priority on this parole, if given the opportunity, is to finish his classes and then get back on his medication. That's the information I have for now.
Thank you. Agent Allen, any recommendation and or additional information?
I agree with what he said. I think Nuke would be a great starting point for another parole for him. And then
And then what? Sorry, you cut out. And then what?
80 days to 6 months.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hatfield, now's your opportunity to speak. Talk to me about what happened on this parole.
Okay, so I did good in Nuke. I got out, I graduated Nuke, I got out. I paid my center fees to Nuke the whole time. I was on my medication. I passed all my UAs through Weaver Human Services. They're on code. I was at it for like 3 months, 4 months. I was doing my programming. I was in sober living for about all through summer until about July, August. I got a dirty. I got kicked out. They let me come back. I did wait another couple weeks, got another dirty. Just I kind of start slipping and stopped paying my fees and things like that. So I ended up getting kicked out. I was still working with my parole officer. I told my parole officer I'm not going to run. And like he even gave me a chance to get me back into it. I had an apartment set up and everything. I was almost into my own apartment. At the last second, the landlord backed out. He's like, I want to renovate the apartment. So I was homeless. I asked my parole officer, I says, I want to go back to Nuke. And he told me at the time, this is not an option. So I was basically homeless. And this was the week before they picked me up. I was at the homeless shelter, back and forth. I missed my appointment on Wednesday. That Friday, they picked me up 2 days later. I was sitting in Weaver County for 2 months. The board warrant wasn't even signed. So I just and I don't care. The only thing I want is the credit time served. I was sitting in Weaver County for 9 weeks. I had to write you guys to tell you guys, like someone, I don't know what happened. The paperwork didn't get filed or whatever, but I sat there 9 weeks. Finally, I wrote you guys sent me here a week later. So, I mean, I've been down since like the 12th of September. And yeah, that's all, but that's all I have to say about it. I mean, I admit to all the allegations. I was out there using, and and I wasn't paying my center fees.
Talk to me about, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Talk to me about the drug use. So you mentioned you slipped and then you were able to kind of work your way back into sobriety and then slipped again and kind of that back and forth, and then it kind of became a more regular thing. Tell me what was going on during that time. What led to the relapses?
Just I guess a sense of boredom, I guess. Just I was constantly working and then working overtime. And I just slipped, hanging out with the wrong people. But it's no one else's fault. It's my fault, and I got too comfortable, and I just trying to, I have a problem with finding other things to do with my time, I guess you'd say. So I need to put myself out in the community more and stop being antisocial. And that's partly why I led back into relapsing, because of it's kind of the only way I know how to have fun, I guess.
Okay. What did your drug use end up looking like? Were you using pretty much every day, or was it just here and there?
Towards the end there, it was every day. Towards the end, yeah. Like I even told my parole officer, I was like, look, man, I came in and told him, and he could tell. He's like, yeah, something's going on with you. And I was like, yeah, I'm strung out. I need to get back into Nuke. And it just, about that time it was every day. But I knew it. And I was asked, like I said, I'm not trying to run anymore. Like I'm trying to get out from under you guys. It's been 22 years since I've had a felony. I mean, like I'm done. I want to get off parole, get out and get on with my life. I got family in Idaho, but I just can't take this out there with them. I can't be on parole and go out there. They want me to get off parole first before I go. So.
Okay. Sorry, you said Idaho, is that right?
Yeah.
How's your mental health?
I don't know. So it's pretty good.
Are you being treated? Are you being treated for anything?
Yeah. I've been going through. I was going through mental health for Weaver Human Services, and I was on medication. And about when I started relapsing, I was off my medication. So it was just.
And what are you doing? What are you being treated for?
Huh? Just substance abuse, depression.
Any other so depression, any other mental health issues?
No.
Okay. But then obviously we've got some longstanding issues with a long-term use of.
Yeah.
Well,
That and incarceration, you know, I've been in prison over half my life. So
sure.
like I mean, I guess dealing with the public and dealing with, you know, trying to get back into society and things and like starting over. So it's been a big issue because I come in here and start over. I go out there and start over. And I've been doing that for the last 4 or 5 years. So longer than that, probably 6, 7 years.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess that could be wearing on my mental.
Right.
state of
And
mind.
that would take a toll, no doubt, no
Yeah.
doubt. So in the time that you've been kind of fighting this battle, what's outside of incarceration? So when you're out on the street, what's the longest you've gone without using drugs?
Probably 7, 8 months.
And what was it that helped you stay clean during
To
that
be
time?
honest with you, COVID.
Oh, really?
Over COVID, and I was out there. I made it a whole year out there on COVID, but I worked and I went home. I worked at Popeyes and that was it. Worked and went home.
So we still had the same issue where we don't have really anything to occupy your time. It was just that you weren't hanging around people, you weren't being social in the wrong crowds. So there's some peer, there's some peer influence that you're subject to. So, kind of that finding yourself with the wrong people.
Yeah.
But it sounds to me like the big issue is just having something to do when you're not doing anything.
Right. Correct.
Okay. All right. And do we have a plan to address that at all? I mean, you say you need to be less antisocial, but is there a concrete idea of, okay, this is what I'm going to do? These are the steps.
I want to stick with my programming and my therapy and things like that. I was doing good with human services. Towards the end there, I stopped going to my classes. I'm missing the classes, and it's my fault, but it is because of work issues. So my job, I switched over. I went to another job, and I started working graveyards. So it was I was swing shift and graveyards, and I messed up my priorities, I guess you could say, and so that's where I kind of fell off the wagon with my classes and stuff. So this time I want to get my classes, keep them in the forefront. That way yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, thank you for all the information you've provided me today. What happens next? I mean, it sounds like you know what needs to happen. Yeah. And you're able to do it. I mean, you went for a few months on this parole and you were successful. So we're on the cusp of making this work.
I almost had an
It's just a matter
apartment.
of,
I was this close.
Yeah.
I was this close.
that close, just a couple of minor things left, and then and we shouldn't need to see you again. So hopefully this is the last time.
I hope so too.
All right, so we'll proceed like we have in the past. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their final decision. They'll post it online, and then they'll send you a letter in the mail. Okay?
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Yep.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. James Johnson, offender number 136202. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Grange. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Johnson, Agent Grange, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. Johnson, you as well. Do each of you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
I'd ask, first is with the agent, I didn't see that anything was filed. Are you planning on striking number one or at a minimum amending it to a technical?
It is a technical.
Okay,
We didn't charge him.
I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page there. With it being amended to a technical, he will admit to, no contest on number one and he'll admit to number two.
No contest to one, admission to two.
Yes.
Your
Thank you.
recommendation?
Yes, he does expire in December, so he's asking for a termination. He tells me he's done over 4 years. I think it was 4 years and 2 months on a 0 to 5, and he hopes that the board agrees that that might be enough time here. He does have some people that are helping him, so that's really fortunate. And they're helping him to get into a rehab facility. They are looking at either 7th Street or Odyssey House. And at one point when he's stabilized, he plans to go back to his dad's. His dad needs some help, so he plans to do that. And then when he's there, to work at Skyline Mines. So he does have some plans for when he's off parole and off paper that sound like they'll be beneficial not only to him but to his family. But for now, he's asking for a termination.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Grange, your response or recommendation?
We were recommending that he completed a drug treatment program while he was in prison. Before he comes out, just because it's his 3rd parole and drugs seems to be his hang up when he's out on parole. So our recommendation was completing treatment in prison.
I've completed the BRT treatment program already, plus I've done MRT, I've done impact crime. I started at Hope. There's a few other classes and programs that started, but they kept moving me around so much I couldn't complete them. And I feel
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Johnson.
I was sufficient on a 0, on a 0 to 5.
So, Agent Grange, I guess my question would be, is 10 months would that even be enough to complete a program? Isn't that our set usually at least a year?
Some of them are shorter than that.
Okay. So you would recommend that he complete a program and then parole again?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Johnson, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know, sir?
I've done so many classes already. I've completed programs here already, a whole year program. Plus I've done 4 months in the whole program before they moved me. I started the POWELL program, but they shut it down. I've done the impact crime program. I've done anger management, life skills. I've programmed. I've done all kinds of programs. 4 years and 2 months on a 0 to 5. That seems pretty sufficient to me. I don't know what more you want out of me.
So what happened with these violations? What led to us being here today?
Well, I went to Fortitude, and that facility is so flooded with drugs. I mean, there's more drugs in there than you could find on the streets. I mean, I'm weak. I'm a drug addict. It's hard to say no when there's drugs in your face. I would have been better off going parole to my dad's house. But for some reason, my address was denied, and I don't know why, because I've paroled to my dad's house every time I've been on parole.
So I assume you used them.
Yeah, I did. I squeak. I'm a drug addict. I admit it, but
What was it that you used?
Suboxone,
Suboxone?
you know, I mean, it's not okay, but still, I could use any drug I wanted there. That whole facility is full of drugs. And
Did you use any other drugs?
no, I didn't.
How many times did you use?
My last violation was on Suboxone too, and it's just, I'm self-medicating, trying to keep myself from using other drugs.
Okay.
I should have went about it the right way and had a prescription, but
I was gonna say, why don't you get yourself on Suboxone and do it the right way?
that's what the plan was, but I didn't have a chance to go out and get a script before that, because the first day I got there, I was offered any drug you could imagine.
How many times did you
I'm
use?
the only one that come to prison for using drugs that day either. I think they violated at least 20 people that day.
How many times did you use?
Just once. I was only there a week.
Any gang involvement?
No, sir, never.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of mental health issues?
No.
How's your physical health?
Physical health is great. Considering.
I was gonna say, so you work at the mine, you must be in pretty decent shape if you're working at the mine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what would your plan be? Let's just say the board does not grant a termination. What would you like to see happen?
Whatever gets me out of here the quickest. I mean, I just want to get my life back.
Where does your dad live? Is he in Carbon County or where's he at?
Yes, sir, in Price. He's older. He has a hard time getting around. He's disabled. He's got a little piece of property. He needs help around the house. And he's never been in trouble in his life. He's always law-abiding citizen, member of society. He's just,
All right.
and fortunately, he's there for me. I thank God he's still there for me.
Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
Not that I can think of right now.
Agent Grange, anything to add?
No.
Ms. Conyers?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson, I'll accept your no contest plea to allegation 1 amended to a technical violation. I'll accept your admission to allegation 2. I will recommend your parole date of November 19, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation. The board members will review it and make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a copy of the order through the mail. Could take a few weeks for that order to work its way to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with friends or family, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. The decision will be posted online before you receive it. Then that way your family can let you know it was decided so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone. for Mr. Giovanni Camacho, offender number 196602. Is that you, sir?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Grange. Can you see each of them?
Oh, yes.
All right. Mr. Camacho, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll note for the record, Agent Grange has previously been placed under oath today and she remains under the same obligation. Mr. Camacho, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. We did have a chance to meet on Monday. In speaking with Agent Grange earlier, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. We'll amend number 1 to a technical, and then with that amendment, he'll plead no contest on number 1, and then number 2 admit to the meth use and amphetamine use.
Agent Grange, you're okay with amending that to a technical?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
And sorry about that, Agent Grange. So what we're asking for is, just to note, he does expire in October of this year. We're asking for 90 days and another attempt at parole, 90 days with credit for the 2.5 months he's already served in another attempt. This was his 4th. He'd like to start at Fortitude Treatment Center for stabilization or transition. Then he plans to complete the evaluations he needs to get done that his case manager wants him to do. He has a few job opportunities lined up, 3, in fact, doing concrete in Salt Lake City or working with Interstate Brick or doing tin and metal framing. So it sounds like he's very employable and has that opportunity at the, so just asking for that opportunity to stabilize before he expires later this year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Agent Grange, your response or recommendation?
So, our recommendation is a drug treatment program before he's offered parole again. Just because it is his 3rd attempt at parole, and again, drugs are a hang up, and he did have that use on center. Or complete SUTP at Fortitude. It's a 4-month program here at Fortitude. He can complete a substance use treatment program if he is given an early parole.
All right, anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Camacho, what would you like me to know? Let's start with the violation, and then we can work our way forward.
What was that?
What would you like me to know? Tell me what happened with the violations, and then we can work our way forward from there.
So on my first violation, back in 2023 January, I had a steady job, but
let's just talk about this most recent violation.
Okay, on this one, I don't know, it's my second dirty UA in like 3 years of parole, but I think it'd be good if I could do that program she mentioned, the 4-month program at Fortitude. And if I could do stabilization and then transition, I think it would help me out a lot, because so I could apply myself on a few good opportunities. But during my violation, I don't know, I was kind of sick, so I relapsed, and it helped me like feel better a little bit. But I did not plan or intend on to keep using. I didn't have a previous drug use, but it was just I don't know, I was just feeling sick, and it helped me out a lot though. But I did not intend on to keep using.
What is it that you used?
Methamphetamine.
And were you on site when you used, or were you off center?
I was on site, but I also obtained it on site. I did not have it with me. But yeah, that was different.
All right. How often did you use?
I hadn't used in like probably almost a year.
No, how many times did you use while you were at
on the center?
Yeah.
Just once. And I also did not intend to keep using, but I was kind of sick, so I decided to use.
So what would be different if you went back to Fortitude? I mean, you're gonna be there. We all know drugs are there.
Right. Just to stay sober, work on stabilization, and program sounds good. it's possible. And, also, I'd like to seek employment and, maintain my employment.
Any gang involvement?
Do I have any gang involvement? No.
What's your status with Dogtown?
I haven't really gone around them. I've just been trying to stay at work for like past few years.
Have you
Almost a
modified?
decade. No.
Say you haven't hung around with them for a decade?
Almost a decade, yeah. Like, I mean, I have a few friends that, like I know a little more personally, but, I haven't really seen them for a few years, and, I've just been trying to stay at work and stay on a positive path.
Okay. Any mental health concerns, any history of, I don't know, anxiety, depression, anything like that?
Nope.
How's your physical health?
I'd say fairly healthy.
Fairly healthy? What do you mean by that?
Just, I don't know, I've been trying to eat a little more, trying to go to work, you know, be proactive, maintain employment.
Are you able to hold a job, to get to where you need to go, be active, all those kinds of things?
Yes.
Okay.
Just, the opportunity would be good, and, stay on a good positive path.
Okay. So you don't have an address to parole to, you need to go back to 42?
Well, I could have an address, but, I would have to look into it.
Okay.
And, I think 42 would be a good opportunity, is, close to transportation, like the tracks. And then, they also provide housing and, food. But if not, well, I could also, seek housing, like, an address. I have an address, excuse me, but I would have to contact them. I don't know how long it might take.
Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
Me? Yeah, so my first parole, it said that my expiration date was October 31st, 2023, which I'm not sure why it changed, but I did notice that my early compliance date was September 8th, 2022. So I'm not sure why.
My guess is they must have told some time and added it onto the back end.
Yeah, because I only have 10 to 5. It's from 2018 December, and it's been a long time. And, you know, I'd just like to be able to obtain employment, you know, stay on a positive path.
Okay.
So yeah, like I'm seeking to do good and be productive.
Anything else you want to discuss?
No, I think that's about it.
Agent Grange, anything you'd like to add?
No.
Ms. Conyers?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Camacho, I'll accept your no contest plea to allegation 1 amended to a technical violation. And I'll accept your admission to allegation 2. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of November 19, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know what to expect. I'm going to write a report that'll include APP's recommendation as well as council's recommendation. The board members will review it and make a decision on what they expect to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written order from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that to work its way to you. So if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. The decision should be posted online, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right. Yeah, and then one other thing is that I didn't get the opportunity to work with my case manager or complete the evaluations. And well, yeah, that's about it. But it would be a good opportunity, you know, to be able to complete those.
As I say, you probably weren't there long enough to get those done, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I understand that. Anything else?
That's about it.
Okay, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Dory.
You're welcome.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. James Morris, affair number 160474. Is that you, sir?
Yep.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Anderson. Can you see each of them?
Yep.
Mr. Morris, Agent Anderson, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath.
Yep.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Morris, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yeah. I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yeah. I have.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yeah.
Ms. Conyers, I'd like to proceed.
Yes, there are 4 allegations and he'll plead no contest to all 4.
Any recommendation?
Yes, and he wasn't there long enough to do most of it, hence the no contest. Mr. Morris does expire in July, so he's asking for a termination. His goal is to just ultimately stay out of prison. His plan is to live in Salt Lake City, although he is thinking of maybe moving to Reno just to kind of have a new place, new faces sort of situation. He also believes there's more work out there. So that might be a consideration of his later, but for now, he's asking the board for a termination.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Anderson, your response recommendation?
I support the recommendation.
Anything else like that?
No.
Okay, Mr. Morris, tell me what happened with the violations and we'll work our way forward from there. What led to the violations?
I don't know what to say about it. Just, it is what it is. I just want to be done with it. I've got nothing to say about it.
Were you using drugs while you were on center?
No.
Where'd you use the spice at?
Off center.
Any other drug or alcohol use?
No.
Just the spice the one time?
Off center.
That wasn't my question, was it? Just use the
It's
one
by
time?
show. It's by show.
Any gang involvement?
Absolutely not.
Any mental health concerns, any history of anxiety, depression, anything like that?
No.
Never been on medications for anything?
I'm on medications for help sleep disorder, yeah.
For sleep disorder?
Yeah.
Those work for you?
Yeah.
Any other physical health issues?
No.
You're able to work, be active, get to where you need to go, those kinds of things?
Yeah.
Okay. So your hopes for a termination, what would your plan be if the board does not grant a termination and wants you to parole again?
I'm not going to sign the parole agreement.
Okay. All right, anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
That's it.
All right, Agent Anderson, anything to add?
No.
Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Mr. Morris, I'll accept your no contest pleas to each of the allegations and recommend your parole date of November 5th, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process several times, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report that'll include Agent Anderson's recommendation as well as council's recommendation. The board members will make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written order from them. It could take a few weeks for that order to work its way to you. In the meantime, if you have friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to check the board's website next week. The decision will be posted online before you receive it, so that's a quicker way for you to find out what's going on, okay?
Thank you.
All right, anything from anybody? That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
All right, bye.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Nicholas Ververs, offender number 206956. Prior to coming on the record, we were notified that Mr. Ververs has elected not to attend the hearing and has asked Ms. Conyers to represent him. Also present for the hearing is Agent McDonald. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, so we, as discussed previously off screen or off record, we're going to enter denials at this time and ask to continue for 30 days as he has some pending charges and his next court date is February 27th. I did speak with Mr. Ververs on Monday about this, anticipating doing this today, and he gave me permission to do that. And he knows what he needs to do when he finishes that case.
Okay. Agent McDonald, your response to that recommendation?
That sounds great.
Okay. What I will do today then, and it does look like those allegations for the new charges have been added now. So there are 4 allegations. I'm just going to take denials on each of the allegations simply as a placeholder. Recommend a short continuance to a paper review. And then once those charges are resolved, we'll bring him back and get him on the appropriate calendar. Anything from anybody?
No, sir.
No, thank you.
That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
you.
you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Forrest Johnson, offender number 217341. Is that you, sir?
That's correct.
Mr. Johnson, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney. Ms. Connors, can you see her?
Yes, sir.
All right. We don't have an agent logged in at this time, but if one joins us, we will bring him or her up to speed. Mr. Johnson, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you can raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
Are you ready to proceed today?
I am.
Agent Roberts, are you here for the Johnson matter?
I believe so. I think the field agent was supposed to be here, but I got the link late. I actually had to call him because I wasn't sure. So I just logged in just in case.
Okay. Well, if you can raise your right hand, I'll swear you in as well. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Connors, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. I had a great conversation with Mr. Johnson on Monday, and he will admit all 4 of the allegations.
Okay. And your recommendation?
Yes, and just a little more information first. Maybe by the centers, the halfway houses standards or APMPs, he wasn't maybe doing great, but Mr. Johnson says this was the first time he felt like he was doing really okay, pretty good. He had been on parole for over a year. This was his 4th attempt at parole. What he's asking for is another opportunity at parole after serving 120 days with credit for about the 2.5 months he's served. One of his main priorities this time around is that his first child, a son, is due in April. So he'd like to be released so that he can be there for his son's birth. He would prefer not to go to a halfway house. He does have 2 people, his current girlfriend and then his son's mother, who are trying to find him a place to live. So hopefully he'll have that pretty quickly. They're just kind of waiting for a release date so that they can move forward with that information. He does have his release packet completely filled out, except for where to live. As I said, he's figuring that out through his support system. He does recognize that he needs treatment, although he has a mistrust of treatment that's been going on and has grown since when he was in foster care himself. And he recognizes that he needs it, and he's trying to work through whatever barriers those are so that he can benefit from treatment. When he's stabilized, he has an opportunity to work at Wasatch Overhead Doors doing garage door installations, and they have made it seem like he can come back and do that. So he has a lot of great opportunities in the good support system this year, and obviously with the birth of his son, some real priority to help him be successful this go around. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just so I make sure I got it right, did you say 120 days?
I did, thank you.
All right, thank you. Agent Roberts, your response recommendation?
No, I think that's fair. As long as I just feel like he needs the treatment done, but I think everything else sounds good to me.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Johnson, what would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations and then we can work our way forward from there. What happened with the violations?
Walking through, I have never, until this last recent parole, ever done very well at all. I have a very severe addiction, that I'm well aware of, and just up until this point, really haven't been willing to put down the walls that I've put between myself and the Department of Corrections. As far as an us of them type of view, convict and cops kind of thing, or even as far as growing up kind of in a trailer park setting, you kind of get raised with corrections being your enemy.
And I finally have been able to embrace the fact that my parole officer is really not there to hinder me, but rather to help make sure that I can transition from being institutionalized to being productive in a community setting. And so through this, and also I finally have created some things in life. Everything felt kind of unreachable, unobtainable, as far as getting out every time and having nothing, and you know, no job, no license, no ID, social security card, all of these things, which is actually fairly difficult to gather up. And I was able to push through and do all those things this time, and actually create something for myself that actually made me feel like success is possible. It showed me a side of life that I have never obtained until this point. And I got complacent and allowed myself to be overconfident, and kind of ended up in an unhappy relationship, and used all of those things as an excuse to get high. And obviously when you get high, almost always it snowballs out of control, which it did fairly quickly. And who doesn't love a good excuse to get high, right? I think that was a huge part of my problem, was possibility that maybe I was looking for one. I do know that I need treatment. As my attorney stated, I've had a huge mistrust, not for treatment in general, but more specifically therapists. And so I think therapy is where I'm headed, but I want to find a therapist that me and my support system have picked out personally for myself. One that's going to work well with me and allow me to have that trust and bond and relationship with a therapist that will allow me to be honest and sincere in the changes that I'm trying to make. I'm not reformed, not by a long shot. I have huge addiction problems. Even now, even recently, I find myself catching write-ups and things like that that are substance abuse oriented. And it just shows me even more how much more I need help. But I finally got to the point where I'm reaching out for that help. I'm sure you guys have gone over my blue packet and my agent before I was with Fortitude, and you know, I came asking for help. This is the first time I've really taken the initiative to seek out my own betterment by, you know, basically asking a police officer for help. And that's a hard thing. It was a hard thing for me to do, to be honest. But now that part's over with, I realized that it was much more beneficial. The way that I came back to prison was better. You know, I didn't end up getting super strung out and out committing crimes. I was able to stop that in time to even to be here. And so with that being the case, I came back with no new charges. And really what I want to do with my life is work and go home and be a dad.
So you were out about a year, right?
That's correct.
Were you in Fortitude the whole time, or?
No, so that's actually one of the things in my blue packet that shows doesn't show any kind of progress, because it only shows my dirty UAs. It doesn't show, it shows that I have hardly any negative UAs, which all of my UAs were being taken care of through First Step House. So I literally had one UA a week the entire year almost of clean UAs. I was only at Fortitude for the last week and a half of this parole. And that was because, as it states in my blue packet, I went to my parole officer. I had tried going to a few different detoxes, couldn't get myself to stay with the withdrawals and whatnot. So I literally, myself and actually my girlfriend, who's actually with us today, went to my PO and said, hey, you know, I need more intensive help than this. I can't. And I asked him to take me to jail, which he did. And I think I would have been more successful. However, even though the PVP program states a term of 15 to 30 days, 2 days into my jail sentence, I was taken straight to Fortitude. So right at the peak of my withdrawals and everything like that, you know, I mean, let's face it, we can all probably agree on the fact that halfway houses tend to have a lot of substance use. And that's not to say that it's impossible to make it there, right? That's all personal choice. But it was a temptation I had been trying to avoid by getting locked up in the first place.
What drugs did you use while you were on parole?
Oh, man. Most of them, to be honest.
What were you using most frequently?
Mostly meth and heroin. Heroin primarily, but I was also, I should say I wasn't using everything. It's just I ended up failing for a bunch of stuff. Fentanyl, which I hadn't used any fentanyl, but I guess there's fentanyl in a lot of things these days.
Right.
You know, I had MDMA fails, and I've never done MDMA in my life. But as far as, you know, drugs I was seeking out was mostly primarily heroin, and I would use meth occasionally with that as well.
How frequently were you using heroin?
What's that?
How frequently did you use heroin?
I didn't until probably the last 2 months of my parole.
Okay.
And you know, I started using over those 8 weeks. It was, you know, once a week at first, and then twice a week the next week, and you know, by the time the 5th week, it was kind of a not quite daily, but pretty close. Kind of snowball out of control. And
How about meth?
meth was slightly less. Just kind of in the in-betweens. It's kind of an in place of type of thing for me. I'm not a huge meth user anymore, like I was when I was younger.
Any mental health concerns?
I think that I have well, I've been diagnosed now, I think, by the prison staff, I believe, with PTSD.
Okay.
And I have very severe ADHD, which I had just barely started to treat in Fortitude. Finally, I've had a problem asking for help as far as even doctors and stuff, because there is a way that we are viewed and treated differently in hospital settings. It makes it really uncomfortable to go and ask for the things that, you know, would actually be beneficial to you. You know, when you go in and as soon as you say ADHD and you look like me and have a rap sheet like I do, or a drug history like I do, immediately think that you're looking for stimulants, you're looking for this, you're looking for that. So it makes it difficult to want to do those things, which I had actually taken care of about a week before I came back to prison. I'd finally got a bunch of my meds straight.
Okay.
I have severe
Are you on
anxiety.
meds now?
What's that?
Are you on meds now?
I am currently taking Suboxone.
Okay.
But that's it as far as meds are concerned.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Pretty great. I have a lot of dental problems. Actually, well, I've gotten most of them taken care of now. I just have to get some things taken care of as far as getting some partials and things like that.
Okay.
Other than that, my health is overall pretty good.
You're able to work, get to where you need to go. You're active, those kinds of things.
Oh yeah. I work. I love doing construction. Building things with my hands is very rewarding for me. And also, you know, having a hard day's work, and at the end of the day, you can provide for your family off of it. That's what gives me self-worth, really.
So what's your release plan? I know Ms. Conyers had.
Well, I have a couple of different options, to be honest with you, what I'm looking at right now. There's an option of going to Texas with my current significant other, and we've got some plans in, you know, some serious things we're looking at as far as the possibility of something like that. You know,
would you interstate compact?
that is exactly, yes, it would, that is how I would take care of it. I haven't compacted before previously to California. And it didn't go as well in California. I mean, it went well for a while. Eventually it ended up not working because I just wasn't ready yet.
Okay.
I just wasn't in the
If
mind
you
state space I am
Until
now.
you interstate compact, what's your plan?
So if I don't interstate compact, me and my significant other right now are looking for sober livings, potentially. The halfway house is always an option, but
in my eyes, the lesser, or the more of the lesser evils, I should say, as far as I'm trying to get away from the convict stuff, away from prison mentalities, all of the things that are still a lot of people there are struggling with. And that's not to say that that's not going to be everywhere. It's just more so there. And I'd like to be able to really focus more on being the man that, my family sees in me and that I know is there as well.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right, well, we've used up our allotted time. Is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, I would just like to say one last thing is that, I got all these opportunities from you guys as paroles, when I was young and not ready. And now it's seems counterintuitive to give the chances when you're young and not ready, to be honest. It seems now that I am ready, I would like you guys to just know that I will capitalize off of an opportunity.
Okay.
And that's pretty much what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Agent Roberts, anything to add?
No, sir.
Agent Hilliker, are you here for the Johnson matter?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let me just swear you in real quick. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give me truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Agent Hilliker.
No. So I actually supervise Agent Claunch, who was supervising Mr. Johnson, and Kevin had discussed his case with me repeatedly, and I remember, Mr. Johnson being asked to put in jail simply because he was struggling and he was afraid what would happen. And that goes to his credit. But the kind of aggravating situation is essentially he committed a criminal offense when he was interfering with an investigation when he tried to use somebody else's urine to pass a drug test, which ended up leading him here to, where we're at right now. And he's not wrong about the system. We being treatment providers, we tend to release people right in the middle of their relapse cycle. And he's right, it's counterproductive. So we would, I go with the recommendation. I talked to Kevin Claunch that we would look at maybe letting him do a residential program in prison and then giving him another opportunity at parole.
Okay. All right, was there anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
I appreciate your time. Ms. Connors, anything to add?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson, what I'll do today is I will accept your admissions to each of the allegations, and I'll recommend that your parole date of December 12th, 2023 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you have an idea of what to expect.
That's correct.
I'm going to write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation. The board members will review it, and then they'll make a decision on what they expect to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written order through the mail. It could take a few weeks for that order to work its way to you. I know your girlfriend, I believe, is there in attendance today.
That's correct.
And I apologize for neglecting to mention her prior to this. So for as much as your benefit is hers, the board will post their decision online, most likely sometime next week. So she can check the board's website, bop.utah.gov, and then let you know what the decision was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything from anybody?
I just want to wish Mr. Johnson good luck, and we're here if he needs us.
All right, that will conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Stay seated.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Larry. Is it Agee? Is that how I say your last name?
AG.
Agee? Mr. Larry Agee, offender number 128119. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Jensen. Can you see each of them?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Mr. Agee, Agent Jensen, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Agee, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir, I
Have
did.
you had a chance to review that information?
I
And
did.
did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
Yeah, so I did speak with Mr. Agee on Monday. He'd like to admit to number one, but we do have some more information.
Okay, go ahead.
So he was in Chicago. He had interstate compact to Chicago. It sounds like there was a miscommunication because he lost his phone, and then that kind of led to this allegation. So I'm sure Mr. Agee will give us more information here in a moment. What he's asking for is termination. He is asking for termination because he reached both his compliance dates and was in compliance aside from this misunderstanding. He did send letters to the board summarizing all of the things he did. It sounds like quite a few certificates. He graduated from quite a few programs. He didn't have any duties, no police involvement. So he is asking for the board to recognize that compliance date and preferably give him a termination. Thank you.
All right, Agent Jensen, your response and recommendation.
I'm not opposed to the termination, but I spoke with Mr. Agee. We had him sign a waiver. We had it planned for him to come back to Utah and go to FTC for stabilization, and he never showed up. So I'm not sure what the miscommunication was, but it was planned. It was set up. We were trying to help him get here and start over, and he didn't follow through with that. So there's no miscommunication. He just didn't follow our directives and come back. As far as the termination, I'm not opposed to it. If he's not terminated, we recommend that he do a year in prison and then be released to a halfway house for stabilization.
All right, anything else you'd like me to know?
No.
All right, Mr. Agee, what would you like me to know? I've heard from everybody but you. I guess, well, the first question I have is, there are some costs for extradition, $2,155.09. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you willing to pay that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. All right, go ahead and tell me. I'll turn the time over to you.
Okay, it wasn't like Officer Jensen said, it wasn't a miscommunication. He had directed me to come back. I didn't have the money to come back, and I had let him know that. I was working, trying to get, because I had an apartment and stuff, you know, furniture, clothes, all that kind of stuff. And I didn't have enough money to move all that stuff back here. I could have definitely kept open, better communication with Officer Jensen. And so I agree with him, what he said. You know, with all due respect, along with that, I had been on parole 46 months. And the only thing that my problem started was when I was trying to get my evaluation. I ended up going to a 30-day inpatient treatment program. That was the only place I could get an evaluation from. And I completed it in December of 2023, as well as I took a lot of employment training courses in Chicago. At the time when I was arrested, I was on my way to work, and I haven't been back to my apartment from that day, October 20th, until, you know, till now. I think I've showed 4 years of being out there, 46 months of being out there. Like my attorney said, I was in compliance up until this situation, trying to get back here to Nuke. That was difficult. That was extremely difficult for me to try to get back here. But obviously I did manage to get back with you guys' help. But like I said, I was out there 4 years, and I kept my nose clean,
no dirties, no police contact, and did everything I was supposed to do as far as mental health and substance abuse treatment. I used what I learned in here, you know,
Okay.
I was
the
trying to
char-
handle my problems. Pardon me?
Sorry to interrupt. It says you were arrested on some charges. Were those charges were not filed, correct?
Yeah, they were dropped because what it was is I had Neurontin and a Loratab. I got a shoulder, I got spinal stenosis, and those were prescription drugs. And so once they found out they were prescription drugs, they dropped the charges.
Okay. Had you been checking in with APMP in Illinois, or what was the?
Yeah, they had me call every week. Every week I would call on the number, and every month I would check in, and I never missed any time with them. And then when I was switching it over from Illinois to here, I met up with my parole officer there and signed the forms to end that parole. And I was supposed to come here to start, you know, off of interstate compact. So I followed through with everything I was supposed to do on that side. I just couldn't make it back because of financial problems.
Any drug or alcohol use while you were on parole?
No, I was on MAT the whole time. I was in a Serenity House on 112th and Halsted, and Striving for Serenity on Grand and Harlem. Those were the two MAT programs that I was involved in. And the program that I graduated was Southwood Interventions on 5170 South Woods in Chicago. I entered November 15th and I graduated December 17th or 18th.
That was 2023.
Yeah, 2023, yes, sir.
Any gang involvement?
No, sir.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of like anxiety, depression, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you currently on medication for anything? You said you had some.
Yeah. They had me off medications for my back, for spinal stenosis, and for my shoulder. I think I'm starting to get arthritis now because of that, like bad arthritis in my shoulder. So.
But if the board does not grant termination, what would your plan be? You have a backup plan?
Yeah, well, my backup plan will obviously be to stay in compliance with the parole here, and stabilize and start working out here. I mean, my mother's 73 years old, and I got a grandfather that's 92, and I was really involved in their lives. I had been locked up out here 15 years before I got out, and I started to reconnect with my family back because I'm from Chicago.
Okay.
And so that's what I would prefer, to be there with them, you know, because they won't be here for too much longer, you know, at 92 and 73. And then I have 2 sisters and 2 brothers that live there too. So the majority of my support system is in Chicago. That's why I was trying to get back there. And that's what allowed me to, you know, keep my nose clean and do what I need to do to stay out of trouble out there.
So what fell through in Chicago so that you ended up to where you were looking at having to come back to Utah?
Believe it or not, when I went to get my evaluation, the parole officer out there was like, "Well, why are you having to go to a treatment program? Why do you need to do this now?" And I said, "Well, that's part of because I had one parole officer, and then they switched it, and the parole officer I had before they switched it told me the only way I would be able to get off of parole is to do the evaluation." And then they transferred me and gave me a new parole officer. So then when I entered in the Southwood Intervention, the new parole officer in Chicago was like, "Well, why are you getting in here?" And I was like, "Well, I have to do this in order to get off parole." And that just started a whole ball of, you know what I'm saying? Because I went from there to a sober living house. And then from sober living house, I went back to my original address. And then my leasee, the person who had leased me the place, she died. And then they were like, "Well, we need a living person on the lease," because her daughter was the executor over the lease. So there was a problem with the lease. So then I went back to a sober living house. And it was just from the time I went to pretty much the Southwood Intervention place, it just started me going back and forth from home to sober living houses because they looked at the lease. And
Is there any reason why you couldn't interstate compact back to Chicago?
Was there any reason I couldn't do what?
Is there any reason why, if the board doesn't grant a termination, is there any reason why you could not go back to Chicago?
No, there's no reason I couldn't go back. No.
All right. But I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something I was missing.
I mean, you know, again, with all due respect, sir, this is a 1999 crime, you know. I did 15 years and 10 years off and on parole now. And the last 4 years, I think I've shown that I'm not out there. I'm 54 years old now. I'm not out there running amok. I'm just trying to live and trying to see what retirement's gonna look like for me after all this.
All right, well, is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time. Agent Jensen, anything like that?
Yeah, I just think we need to go over the initial violation that caused him to have to come back to Utah. He was not in communication with his parole officer. His parole officer had done field visits, had attempted to contact him, and they were not able to contact him. There were addresses that weren't approved, and he was told about that. I specifically talked to Mr. Agee and told him to contact his parole officer, and he still was not in contact with his parole officer. So it's not there was an address issue, yes, there was that, but it was also not contacting his parole officer, not staying in contact with them, not following our directives. It was not just a problem with the address. And also, yes, this is a 1999 case, but it's also a felony 1 burglary and a felony 1 robbery. So we need to keep that in consideration.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Mr. Agee, what I'll do is I'll accept your admission to allegation 1. I'll recommend your parole date of December 15, 2020 be revoked. You've had parole violations in the past. Let me just remind you what's going to happen today. I'm going to write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation. I'm also going to recommend that you pay extradition costs. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached a decision, you will receive a copy of their written order through the mail. It could take a few weeks for that mail to work its way to you. So if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. The decision will be posted there first, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right.
All right, anything from anybody? All right, hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
All right.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Robert Rust, offender number 174976. Present for the hearing is Ms. Conyers, counsel for Mr. Rust, as well as Agent Guillen. Prior to coming on the record, we were advised that Mr. Rust has elected not to attend the hearing and has asked Ms. Conyers to represent him. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you. I did speak with Mr. Rust on Monday. There are 2 allegations. We're going to enter denials at this time and make a motion to continue for 30 days based on a pending case. I did give Mr. Rust instructions on writing the board once he's done with that case so that we can get him back on the calendar.
Agent Guillen, any objections?
None.
Anything you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. What I'll do today then is I'll take denials on each of the allegations as a placeholder. I'll recommend a paper review and also encourage Mr. Rust to notify the board once his case is resolved and we can get him back on a calendar. Anything from anybody?
That's it.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Agent.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Thomas Burnham, offender number 184905. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Roberts. Can you see each of them?
How you guys doing?
Mr. Burnham, Agent Roberts, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath.
Me?
Yes, sir. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burnham, did you receive at least 7 days notice of?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disc?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that information?
Yeah.
And did you have an opportunity with your attorney?
Yeah.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
And I understand your parents are there in attendance. We welcome them. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, when I had spoken with Mr. Burnham on Monday, we didn't have that new case, but it has since been charged, sir. So we have that case number, and then your initial appearance is set for February 27th. So with that information, now that's been charged, we're going to enter denials for the 2 allegations at this time. We'll ask to continue. And Mr. Burnham, when you're done with that case, if you'll let the board know, then we can get you back on this calendar.
Okay.
Ms. Conyers, I show 4 allegations.
Oh.
But I think they're all based on that same.
Yeah, sorry,
criminal
the DUI plus the 3. Yes.
Yes.
4 total.
Which they actually
Yes.
only filed 3 in the court case. They did not file the insurance, which, I mean.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yep, I see that.
How long continuance did you need, counsel?
We're going
You
to
said
ask
I
for-
missed it.
We're going to ask for 90 days, and Mr. Burnham, that's just a placeholder. If you resolve it sooner than that, you can let us know.
All right.
Agent Roberts, any objection to that?
Nope.
You're okay with the continuance?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burnham, what questions do you have? It probably sounds like this wasn't the way you were expecting things to go, because on Monday the case hadn't been filed yet, and
Yeah. So they pushed it back 90 days. Does that mean I'll have my board date in 90 days, or do I gotta wait another 3 months? Like,
No. So what council's recommending is what we call a paper review in 90 days. And so what that means is the board will go in and see if that case has been resolved yet.
Yeah.
And if it has, then they would get you on a calendar to come back and see us. But if you get that case, like say you go to court and for some reason on the 27th, you get it resolved with the initial appearance, which probably isn't likely, but I mean, anything can happen. Then just write us a letter and say, hey, this case is resolved. Can you get me back on a calendar? So that we're not waiting until that 90 days is up.
okay.
Yeah, so that 90 days is more of just is for us to make sure that we're not letting you slip through the cracks.
Okay.
And I'll track the case and update the board once it's adjudicated as well, and request they schedule a hearing. So I'll track it on my end as well.
Okay. Another question. Did you get my letter from my boss and a letter from my treatment center?
I know I got something this morning, and I believe it was from your boss.
Okay. What about my treatment
know I
center?
did get
Because
that one.
I was going to Clearview Treatment Center when I first got out, and was doing my classes, and they did an assessment, but they never sent it to my PO, and so that's why I ended up falling off. It's because they kept saying that they was, but they wasn't. So I called them, and my ladies called them and talked to them, and they said that they were going to email you guys, but I don't know what's going on with
And
it.
we can address all that stuff when we come back.
All right.
Okay.
All
Any
right.
other questions though?
No.
Anything from anybody else?
Nope.
Nothing.
Hey, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jeremy Powell. And your number is 192082. Is that correct, Mr. Powell?
That's correct.
All right. My name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer of the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting this hearing today. It's possible I may be taking testimony from you and Agent Jason Nunez, so I'm going to swear you both in. If you'd both raise your right hand, please. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you both. All right, Mr. Powell, did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing today?
Yeah, I did.
All right, did you receive your disclosure packet and had a chance to look over that and speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yeah, I was able to look over it. Yeah.
Okay, you have any questions regarding the information in your packet?
No, sir.
All right, and for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you received that packet. So what you have right now is what the board has in its possession would potentially be using to make a decision in your case, okay?
Okay, I was told my wife, she said that she emailed you some things as well. So I don't know if, cause there were some recordings that she emailed you, and I don't know if you guys were able to get those transcribed or not, but from my understanding, yeah, there's some other evidence pertaining to, you know, this allegation that we're dealing with.
Yeah, and anything at this point, if it had been received, and I don't have my computer in the right spot where I could check, but it really probably wouldn't have been reviewed. I think there was a probable cause challenge that was reviewed by the board and denied, but anything beyond that potentially might come into play further in this process. But for today, what I'm going to do is review, you know, the issue of possible charges being filed and take pleas to the allegations, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay.
Sure.
All right. So there are two allegations we'll be dealing with today. Before I take pleas to those, and note, at least as we've kind of touched on, there's indications there may be charges going to be filed. I checked as recently as this morning and didn't see where anything had been formally filed yet, according to court records. So, Agent Nunez, do you have any update regarding the status of charges related to allegation number 1?
No, I've been kind of trying to keep up with it to kind of see if they're being screened or being dropped, and I haven't got any reply back to either or. Because if they're gonna be dropped, then we'll drop that. If they're gonna be screened, I want to update you guys that they're being screened. But might have to be a little more aggressive with them to find out what they're trying to do with that.
Okay. And make sure I understand, you're saying you believe they will be screened, is that correct?
When I've talked to them the first time, yes, they were very sure, 100% sure that they will be screening and everything else. But I haven't seen anything since that conversation actually come through in court exchange and anything else. So I'm not too sure. I could be a little more aggressive with them to find out what's going on.
I'll note that and pass that information on the board. Ms. Conyers, given that, is he willing to waive reading prepared dinner, please?
Yes, he will waive reading. And if I may just clarify, Agent Nunez, if they fail to file on allegation number 1, are you anticipating an evidentiary hearing if we continue with our denials?
No, if they fail to file, then I'm going to strike that allegation. If that's something they're not going to fall on, or that's no longer the case, then I have no issues striking that one. That's the reason why I kind of want to find out if they're screening it or they're dropping it or not, to see what's going on.
Then with that information, I wonder if right now on number 1, we'll enter a denial. On number 2, I'm happy to talk to Mr. Powell about it, but assuming that he wants to say no contest or admit on number 2, I wonder if we move forward with that and then ask Agent Nunez to file an amended warrant once number 1 is handled. I wonder if that's just the fastest way to do it, or if it's just the easier option is to ask for an evidentiary hearing.
It could be either. I mean, if a denial's entered to 1 and no contest, chances are, the board would have choices. They could either continue it pending the possible filing.
Okay.
If you motion for an evidentiary hearing, they could also set that with anticipating that could be canceled if a declination is done, or you could deny to both and just continue and see what happens, and then Agent Nunez could go from there.
I guess let's set up for an evidentiary hearing to try and get this moving along.
If I could speak on the matter,
Hang on just 1 second, Mr. Powell. Let me just make sure So I'll say that your motion is to set it for an evidentiary hearing and you'll enter denials to both?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and then just understand, Mr. Powell, I'll present that motion to the board and ultimately to the board to decide. The board could grant that, set it for an evidentiary hearing. And like I indicated a minute ago, if it was determined that charges weren't going to be filed, that evidentiary hearing could always be canceled. The other option is the board could deny that motion and just continue the case pending filing and then kind of proceed and go from there. Okay?
All right. From my understanding, they have what, like 3 years to file on this particular charge. So, I mean, likelihood I'm gonna sit here for 3 years possibly for these
would
guys to
doubt that
file
very-
it. Like,
I would doubt that very seriously. What generally happens is we usually do a continuance for 60 to 90 days. And really, if Agent Nunez can track down the information regarding whether they are or aren't going to file, then we wouldn't have to go to the full 60, 90 days. He could then let the board know and we could, take whatever actions appropriate that time. But, I mean, I would never say never, but generally speaking, it doesn't take that long to make that, to get that determination made. Okay. So
all
is
right.
it your, I want to make sure, are you comfortable with entering denials to both of the allegations at this time, Mr. Powell?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's,
I'll note those,
Yeah.
report those to the board. And like I said, I'll present the motion for the evidentiary and then, see if the board wants to set that or just continue pending filing, continue the case pending filing those charges and kind of see where it goes from there. Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from any of the parties?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, if
Thank
not, that'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Alexander Sosa. And your number is 231476, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, Mr. Sosa, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I may be taking testimony from Agent Derek Holmes, who's appearing via audio only. So I'll need to swear you both in. If you'll both raise your right hand, please. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sosa, a couple of procedural things. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing today?
Yes, I did.
All right, did you receive your disclosure packet? Had a chance to look over that information?
Yes,
and
I did.
speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any questions regarding the information in your packet?
Nope.
All right, for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you got that packet. So what you have is what the board has and potentially be using to make a decision, okay?
Well,
All right, there are a total of 5 allegations we'll be dealing with today. Before I take pleas of those, I'm gonna know at least one of them involves potential criminal charges. I checked as recently as just shortly before this hearing, didn't see where anything had been formally filed yet. So I'll ask Agent Holmes, can you provide any update on the status of those possible charges related to allegation number 1?
No, I don't see any criminal filings at this moment either. I'm not sure what the weight is on that or if they decided not to go through with it.
So do you know, are you anticipating they're still going to be screened, or how do you want to proceed with that allegation?
I'd actually like to proceed with technicals on that one because I'm not sure how that screening process is going.
All right. All right, given that information, Ms. Conyers, is Mr. Sosa willing to waive reading, prepared to enter pleas at this time?
We will waive reading. I wasn't expecting a technical on that one. If I can have a moment with Mr. Sosa, please.
Okay, I'm gonna go into breakout.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go off the record for a minute.
Thank you.
Right, so again, is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations and enter pleas at this time?
Thank you. Yes, we will waive reading of the allegations. We'll enter pleas. We'll deny number 1. We'll admit 2, no contest on 3, admit 4 and 5.
All right, and Agent Holmes. Well, first, let me, Mr. Sosa, is that your desire to deny 1, admit 2, plead no contest to 3, admit 4, and admit 5?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'll note that for the record. Agent Holmes, Ms. Conyers and Agent Holmes, how do you want to proceed with allegation number 1? And set it for an evidentiary hearing or dismiss it? How do the parties want to proceed?
I'll let Agent Holmes.
We'll dismiss for now.
All right. So I'm assuming you wouldn't oppose that, Ms. Conyers or?
That's right.
Mr. Sosa? I'm gonna, Agent or Mr. Sosa, I'm gonna present that motion to the board. Understand the board could grant it. The board could also deny it and set it for an evidentiary on their own. But for now, that's what I'm gonna present to the board is you're gonna deny it and the parties, the state, and you have agreed to dismiss that allegation, okay?
Okay.
All right, with that, based on the admissions and no contest, please, I'm going to recommend the board that your parole of November 12th, 2024 be revoked. With that, Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you. He's asking for 90 days and another attempt at parole with credit for the approximately 2.5 months that he's already been serving since he was picked up. He's asking to start that parole if given the opportunity at a halfway house. Sounds like he has several job opportunities doing production work with either Capstone or with Erickson's. He's fortunate to have a lot of family support. When talking about whether he needs to do treatment, he feels like he's been able to maintain sobriety, and that's for the most part, and that's a pretty low risk for him, but he's willing to do treatment if they'd like him to do that. His main priority is his family. He has a baby on the way and his kids are back in his life. So he wants to be able to set a good example for them and do what he needs to get this parole completed. One thing that we discussed in acknowledging that this was the 5th parole and kind of what's going to change, he mentioned that he wasn't ready for his last parole. He was released a bit earlier and after some charges were handled and he was left scrambling a little bit. So now he's ready for a parole and has the family support and the resources he needs to be successful. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Agent Holmes, I'll turn the time over to you.
So AP&P would actually not recommend another opportunity at parole at this time. This is his 5th parole. The same pattern has repeated on each of his paroles. He continues to be an active gang member. He continues to associate with active gang members. As far as substance abuse, we wouldn't know. He wasn't supervised long enough this time by AP&P to actually get anything of substance. We do have photos of him associating with other gang members with alcohol. He was picked up in front of a bar. Yeah, I think if this continues, we're just looking at re-victimizing the community the longer he keeps repeating this process and being allowed on parole. So yeah, AP&P will not be recommending parole.
All right. So given that, are you recommending expiration or do you have a certain amount of time you recommend before termination?
We would recommend expiration.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sosa, anything you want to say to myself or the board?
Yeah, I was not picked up in front of a bar. I was picked up at somebody's house. I expirate in 2025. I haven't been in trouble in over 6 years. I haven't caught new cases in over 6 years. I understand that I've been out multiple times and I've been coming back and forth, but it's been for petty stuff. Like I said, I haven't caught no new cases or been in trouble for over 6 years. I understand the allegations I'm back for, and like I said, I'm admitting to the ones that I'm guilty for. I do have a family on the way. I do want to be out there for my wife. I do have a future for myself. I am a gang member, but I'm not out there actively in the streets, hurting people or committing crimes or doing any of that stuff. You know what I mean? So I would like another opportunity at parole. Like this last time, I did have some charges on me. I did want to getting them dropped, and I was scrambling for an address, so I wasn't ready. And I got out, and I wasn't ready, so I am ready to be on parole this time again.
So let me ask you this. I mean, it's already been touched on a little bit here. You've had 5 opportunities at parole, right?
Yes.
And now each time you've failed and you've come back, right?
Right.
And this one particularly, I mean, you're only out a couple of weeks and you put yourself in this situation. And I guess, I'm gonna be a little bit upfront with you and say, whenever I have someone, I'm conducting hearings talking about family and want to be there, but then I see the behaviors or the choices you make that put yourself in a situation that don't allow you to be out there with your family, it's sometimes can be a little perplexing, right? So why did you allow yourself in that situation then that ultimately resulted in your return?
So this last parole, I just wanted to get out. I just wanted to get out. I was tired of doing time. I did an extra 6 months for something I didn't do. I was supposed to get out. I was supposed to do a 6-month term. They wanted to give me 6 more months for some charges that they tried to file against me. They never stuck. I just wanted to get out, so I put in the address, and I shouldn't have put that address in because it wasn't a right place for me to go to, and I wasn't ready to get out at the time. But now that I'm gonna,
Talk to me about the incident. So how a couple of weeks into your parole, you're out, it sounds like from what I read, hanging out, people, going to bars and those kind of things. I mean, how do you make that choice? Because again, what I'm struggling with a little bit, Mr. Sosa, is when I hear somebody say, I want to be there for my family, they make those choices early on in their parole to do things that violate their parole. They don't really, those don't really go together. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I do.
So,
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, I guess the bottom line is if you're sincere in that and you want to be out there, you got to make different choices than what you have. And what the state's saying now and their recommendation is he's been given numerous chances to do that and he hasn't. So don't give another choice. Now, ultimately, that's what the board has to decide. And whether I feel pretty comfortable telling you whether it's now or in the future, at some point, the board's going to say enough's enough and you're not going to get another chance. And then what that brings into play is the question I asked Agent Holmes, expiration or termination, as far as the recommendation goes. And ultimately, that's what the board has to decide. So, I mean, it comes down to the age-old thing. If you want something different, you got to do something different, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you want? And just one thing, I mentioned the expirations in 2029. You said 2025. I'm showing it as 2/26, 2029 is your final expiration date, okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Sosa?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take a case under advisement today. I'll prepare my report, get it to the board, probably by the end of this week. Once the board makes a decision, you'll be notified in writing. Should be fairly quickly, probably by early next week. If not sooner than that, you'll know what the board's decision is. You'll get notification in writing, and your friends or family, if they want to watch the board's website, and once the decision's entered in the system, they'll be able to see it, potentially let you know what that is before you get that written notification. Okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. So, good hearing. Good luck to you. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jackson ISSA number 251986. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, sir, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting this hearing today. I may be taking testimony from you and Agent Drew Johnson, so I'm going to swear you both in. If you both raise your right hands, please. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you both. All right, Mr. Issa, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing today?
Yes, I did.
All right, did you receive your disclosure packet and had a chance to look over that information and speak with Ms. Conyers?
I did.
Very good. Do you have any questions regarding the information in your packet?
No, I don't.
All right, and for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you received that packet. So what you have in your possession is what the board has and would potentially be using to make a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, there are a total of 8 allegations we'll be dealing with today. The board initially issued on 5 allegations, and then there were 3 allegations that were added via an amended report. Before I take pleas to those allegations, I'm going to note you do have pending criminal charges right now. They're in case number 241914808 in their 3rd District Court in Salt Lake. In that case, you've been charged with possession of dangerous weapon by restricted, 2nd-degree felony. I believe that's related to allegation number 8. And currently I showed that you have a prelim that's scheduled for February 18th. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds accurate.
All right, and in all likelihood, unless something unique happens, the hearing, because that charge is related to an allegation and is a potential board jurisdiction, this hearing is going to be continued today pending adjudication of that charge. We'll maybe talk a little bit more about that in a minute. For now, Ms. Conyers, is he willing to waive reading prepare dinner, please?
Yes, he will waive reading, and we'll hold the pleas for the next time we're here. So we're going to enter anything but denials. We'll enter denials at this time, and then we'll handle them all together after this case is resolved.
Okay. And continue 60, 90 days.
Please, 30 is what we had discussed. He thinks he'll be able to resolve it at the preliminary hearing next week.
Okay. I'll note that you're asking for 30, Mr. Issa. There's a likelihood. I mean, a standard time frame the board does usually is 90. And then but either way, whether it's 30, 60, 90, I would encourage you, you're going to be the first to know when the charges are done, however they're done. Write to the board, let us know when they're done, and then we can get you scheduled for whatever hearing is appropriate at that time, okay?
Okay.
All right, and just to kind of tidy it up, it's your desire to enter denials at this time to all the allegations, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I'll note that for the record, and again, we'll continue the hearing pending adjudication of those charges, okay?
Okay.
Hey, that'll conclude the hearing.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Drew.
Thank you, guys.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Cheyenne Jensen. Your number is 250997, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Jensen, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I may be taking testimony from you and Agent Aaron Smith, so I'll swear you both in. You both raise your right hand. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you both. All right, Ms. Jensen, did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing?
Yes.
All right, and did you receive your disclosure packet? Had a chance to look over that and speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yeah, I did.
All right, do you have any questions regarding the information that was in your packet?
No.
Hey, Brett.
I guess the only thing in there is that it said that I didn't complete high school, but I did get my transcript sent from the high school that I did complete it.
Given, and I'll note that, but given kind of where this hearing is going to go today, probably best advice would be to save that and probably discuss that potentially at a later hearing.
Okay.
So the next thing I'm going to talk about is the state agent Smith did submit an amended warrant request that had added several allegations. Initially, the board issued on 3. Now there's a total of 17, and most of them involve new criminal charges. So trying to check with both you and Ms. Conyers, the email that I got notifying of that showed it had been sent out. Ms. Conyers, did you get that amended report with the added allegations?
Yes, I did. And we also sent, just so Cheyenne is aware, that we also sent a message to the court that you were in custody so that we could also make sure to speed this up.
Yeah, I contacted them actually yesterday in regards to that case up there, and
Perfect.
they were like, "Oh, we didn't know she was in custody." I'm like, "Really? You guys arrested her?"
Yeah, I
And-
also reached out, but either way, Ms. Jensen, just know that we're on top of it so that we can speed things up as much as possible, okay?
And so the next, and thank you both for that. Ms. Jensen, did you receive a copy of that report?
No.
Okay, you are, by board rules, you're entitled to having that report. So if you're not comfortable with proceeding with the hearing today and you want a chance to see that report, review the added allegations, we can stop the hearing now and I can have you reschedule for, a week or 2 down the road. Or if you're comfortable in doing so, and given the fact that you have, charges that I'm going to talk about here in a minute, and in all likelihood, this hearing is going to be continued, you can choose to waive that if you want, but it's totally up to you. So do you want to stop the hearing now, get a chance to look at that report, or are you comfortable with waiving that required 7-day notice and going forward from this point today?
I mean, we can go forward. I just would like to go over it, the charges with you guys. If that's what we're gonna do, then I'm okay with going forward.
Okay, all right, I'll note that for the record. I'm gonna talk about all the charges that are pending right now, the cases, and then I'll certainly answer any questions for you as we move forward, okay?
Yeah.
All right, as I mentioned, 17 allegations now. You have 2 criminal cases pending right now. The first is in the Farmington District Courts, case number 2517-00072. In that case, you've been charged with theft, value greater than 5,000, second-degree felony, theft to third-degree felony, receiver transfer stolen vehicle, second-degree felony, theft, third-degree felony, theft, third-degree felony, unlawfully possess ID of another, Class A, burglary of a vehicle, Class A, burglary of a vehicle, Class A, and right-of-way stop or yield sign, which is an infraction. And you're set now, I think, based off of what Agent Smith and Ms. Conyers indicated when they contacted the court. You now have an initial appearance scheduled, it sounds like on the 14th of this month for that case, okay? Any questions about that case?
No.
Okay. The second case is in 3rd District Court, Salt Lake. It's case number 241915046. In that case, you've been charged with unlawful acquire, possess, transfer, financial card, 3rd degree. Same charge, 3rd degree. It's count 2. Count 3 is the same charge as the 3rd degree felony. Count 4 is burglary of a vehicle, Class A. Count 5, burglary of a vehicle, Class A. Count 6, unlawful use of a financial card, Class B. And then count 7 is unauthorized possession, Class C misdemeanor. And in that case, you have a scheduling conference scheduled on March 4th, 2025, okay?
Okay.
All right, both of those cases include several new charges that are potential board jurisdiction and now also are related to allegations. So you kind of touched on, or I touched on earlier, this hearing is going to be continued today, pending adjudication of those charges, again, because they are a potential board jurisdiction. So for now, Ms. Conyers, is she willing to waive reading and prepare dinner, please, to the allegations?
Yes, we will waive reading of the allegations at this time. We'll enter denials, make a motion to continue for 90 days based on that pending case we just discussed.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Jensen, is that your desire? Just confirming, do you want to enter denial for all the allegations? And then as Ms. Conyers indicated, and as I touched on earlier, we'll continue the case pending adjudication. We'll set it, usually the reviews that the board set it for 90 days. If it's still pending at 90 days, you probably see another decision from the board that says we're going to, move it out further. But whenever those charges are done, however they're done, I would encourage you to write to the board and let us know when they're done so we can get you scheduled for whatever hearing is appropriate at that time. Okay.
Okay, so even if it's before the 90 days, I can write you guys
Absolutely.
and hopefully be able to maybe see you sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what happens on our side is our staff set that for 90 days. If you happen to go into court in 30 days and get it taken care of, our staff may not be checking it until 90 days.
Yeah,
So
okay.
absolutely write us and then we can get it going, get you scheduled for whatever hearing is appropriate at that time. Okay?
Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much.
You bet. I'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Okay, bye, Aaron.
Yep, we'll see you. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yep. And on that one, Brett, you said the 14th, sorry,
Yeah.
on the court date?
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jennifer Caldren. Your number is 156354, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Caldren, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'll be taking testimony from you and Agent Zach Laycock, so I need to swear you both in. If you both raise your right hand, please. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you both. First, let me acknowledge, as was indicated just before we went on the record, your boyfriend's present in the hearing room today. The officers will send me a sign-in sheet from that, and I'll make sure the board's aware that he was there. And sir, we welcome you. I know I can't really see you there, but yeah, as I'm sure you're aware, you're not allowed to testify, but I'm sure Ms. Caldren appreciates you being there and supporting her today. All right, a couple of procedural things, Ms. Caldren. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of the hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right, you received your disclosure packet, had a chance to look over that and speak with Ms. Conyers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Do you have any questions regarding the information in that packet?
I do not.
Okay, and for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you got that packet. So what you have in your possession is what the board has and will be using to make a decision in your case, okay?
Okay. Did you did receive my letters though?
That I don't know offhand. Give me just 1 second and I can double check. Looks like there was one that was received on February 3rd. Is that, did you just send in one letter?
I sent two. I got a copy back of them, so I'm assuming.
It's possible yeah, it looks like they combined them into one. So they probably came in pretty close. So, but both of them are there.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll make sure and make a note that I'll look at those before I finalize my report and send them in, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet. All right, so let's go right to it. So basically, again, you've got everything that the board has, okay?
Okay.
And there's 7 allegations we'll be dealing with today. Ms. Conyers, is she willing to waive reading and prepare dinner, please?
She will waive reading and we are prepared to enter pleas. She is basically admitting to all of the conduct in this report that she used illegal substances, specifically cocaine and methamphetamine with her boyfriend, and she had contact with her daughter and son. I know they're not exactly duplicative because how they're listed, I thought 4 and 7 were a little duplicative, although I understand some are within the group conditions and some are parole agreement. If we can't strike 4 and 7, we'll go ahead and admit all of them.
Okay, so is she also admitting 2? So she's admitting 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6?
Yes.
Okay. And does she want to enter denials to 4 and 7, or just see if the state's willing to dismiss them?
I was just going to see if the state would dismiss them. If not, she will admit them. I see how they're listed under different violations of different provisions, but the action itself is a bit duplicative.
Right. Agent Laycock, given the admissions to the other allegations, is the state willing to dismiss 4 and 7?
I mean, looking at 4 and 7, she did reach out and have contact with both victims. So that's where 7 would be that she attempted to have contact with her son. She did have contact with her daughter. I don't know.
So is the state unwilling to dismiss 4 and 7 at this time?
Yeah, I'm not willing to scratch them.
Okay, Ms. Conyers.
That's okay. We'll just admit all 7 of them. That's fine.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Caldren, is that your desire then to enter admissions to all 7 of the allegations?
Yes, I'm not denying anything. I'm being accountable. I'm learning a lot about it.
All right. I will accept those admissions then to all 7 allegations, and based on them, I'll recommend to the board that your parole of August 6, 2024 be revoked. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Ms. Conyers to speak on your behalf.
Thank you, and I'll just speak shortly so Ms. Caldren can tell us everything that she has planned. But basically, we're asking for 180 days and another attempt at parole, starting at Orange Street. She was already in their aftercare program, so I think she'd benefit from that program. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Caldren to tell us everything that she's been learning.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Colton. I'm gonna first give Agent Laycock an opportunity to speak, and then I'll come back to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Agent Laycock, I'll turn the time over to you.
I know Miss Caldren well. I've been supervising her the past 2 paroles, and this last parole she was doing really well. She had a really good plan from the get-go. Unfortunately, the contact with her boyfriend has caused a lot of the issues to come up, and the violations that she was involved in stem from that relationship. The contact with her children, I understand it. She wants to be a mother, she wants to be in their life, but there's certain protocols we follow through treatment and through SOTP. And I'm working with her therapist to be able to allow that contact to happen. So where she didn't communicate those things with me, it is kind of concerning that she would hide those things from us and not work with and communicate with us on working through the process with her therapist and with our agency to ensure that there's a safe way that she can have contact with her victims in this case. So as far as recommendations and things, I'm okay with the recommendation that her attorney has asked for 180 days with the program at Orange Street. Yeah, she definitely needs substance abuse treatment and therapy, as well as sex offender therapy if it's offered there. If not, her therapist, I know, is willing to work with her when she gets back out. So at Alpha Counseling. So.
All right, thank you. Ms. Caldren, anything you want to say to myself or the board?
Anything I have to say?
Yes.
I have so much to say. I'll try and keep it short though. I've been learning a lot of things. I've been really doing my best. I really do apologize. Can I just read this to you real quick?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to start by acknowledging that there is never a good reason to violate parole. And that's true. There really isn't, no matter what. I do think we had some miscommunication at one point. I do remember talking to Mr. Laycock about contact with my children, but that was also in the middle of a conversation about my mother in Texas. So I think things got really skiwampus, and I still didn't do it right. I did hide that, and I was scared, and family's been something that I've been afraid of not having for a long time, simply because it hasn't been there. And now maybe it doesn't right. I don't know how this sounds to say this, but not despite of, but because of my mistake and my contact with my children, I now know that I have a family. I know that I have someone that I can care for and that will care for me. And I want to do this right. So I've admitted to my violations, and I'd like to continue to hold myself accountable so that I can make sure not to make these same mistakes again. I put myself into the Inspire program. I don't know if you guys know much about that, but that's where I'm working on bettering my integrity, my accountability, and my self-love. Some of my plan for myself starts with this thing I've called a stable table. Okay, I think I've actually spoken with Agent Laycock about this a little bit. And for a long time, I felt like I had a tripod table. I didn't feel like I had all the legs there, so I'm working on that. I came up with this after my unsuccessful attempts at parole. And if it's okay, I'd just like to explain it a little bit. The top of the table holds up my personal endeavor. That is to be my best self. I mean, it can work for anyone. Whatever your endeavor is, you put it at the top of your table, and all 4 legs have those parts that support the endeavor. I've included my plans for all 4 legs and how they support my best self. And I picked my best self because I want to be the best mom, parolee, wife, daughter, family member, community member that I can be. And I want to do my best at all of those. So for this, I know that I've got to be transparent, accountable, vulnerable, and hardworking. I've put my stable table on the back of my paper. I was gonna see if I could hand it to someone. I don't know if it'll get to you now. But, I hope it shows that I have the ability and willingness to, and drive to be a better person, not just better than I was before, but be the best possible version of myself. I want to do this not just for myself, but for others, because I'm really tired of not being good enough. It really puts a toll on you when you really think that you're just not good enough. And I'm tired of feeling that way. I'm tired of living that way. I'm tired of being that person. And for the first time, that's what's different about this parole. I have 4 legs to my table now. Yes, it's going to take time to get there. Yes, it's going to take hard work, but anything worth working towards and having is all the work, you know, it's worth working for. And I really just, I'm ready to put my plan into action and be the best version of myself so I can show my loved ones and myself that I'm capable of being someone worth finding and loving, and that we're all worth fighting for. And I feel like my family needs to know that they're worth it. And I want to show them that they've been my huge inspiration. It's been big for me. And so,
Well,
and
if I could, and I'm going to interject just a little bit.
Please
if you-
do.
And I apologize, but
It's okay.
we're going to be close on time, so I
Okay.
want to be able to talk to you about a few of the things. And you're welcome to hand that written information to the officers, and they can send it to me, and we can get it so the board will have it. All the things you're talking about, Ms. Caldren, I have no doubt that your desire is there. You want to do all things, the 4 legs and all that. Now, what is the next step in that process?
aha,
You
I
have to
have it
go,
on the
you,
backside.
and you're welcome to send that in as well. But,
Okay.
you know, and tell me if I say anything that's on your letter. The next step is, you know, you've gone out 5 times now, right? The board's given you a
Mm.
chance, and 5 times, what's happened?
I have come back.
You haven't done those
I
things.
have, I've come
You
back.
haven't made those things the priority. So, you know, the next and most obvious step is, I mean, absolutely, Ms. Collin, we want to hear those things. We want to hear those plans. What the board really wants to see is you go out on parole and you make your parole priority. You make all those things you just talked about a priority, and you have those impact every decision you make every day. Because the reality is what happened this time, you were out a short time and you end up back here for the things that you have. And, you know, there's the deceit and not following the rules, as Agent Laycock said, and there's a way. And
Yes.
trust me, I've been doing this long enough. I know it's frustrating to have to follow the rules to get to those things, but that's what you have to do. Otherwise you end up here. So I would encourage you greatly to put all those things. I mean, here's the other reality, and I don't say this, you know, to intimidate you or anything, but if not now, you're gonna run out of chances, right?
Yeah.
The board doesn't need to
Yeah.
give someone unlimited chances to keep trying this, and you got a 27 expiration date. You know, if you're not careful, the board at some point is going to say, you know, we've given her all these chances. You know, I can't guarantee you this, but I think you'll get another chance. You need to go out and you need to show that commitment when you're out there and make those choices. And some of them are going to be hard choices, right?
I agree, but I've been also looking at that, and that's what I have on the back of my paper. It's not just less chances at parole in time too, it's less chances at life. Like, there's a big difference now. I mean, I don't want to just succeed on parole, I want to succeed at life. Like Agent Laycock is correct, I want to be a mother, but I can't do it without putting my parole first. I can't do that I can't be a successful individual without using the guidelines that you guys are giving me in order to do that. And I understand that. I'm willing to fight for that and do that. And I even have the ways I'm going to do that. My table legs are all drawn out right here. I know we don't have time to get to them, but I think I have some things figured out. I mean, and that also includes like community and love, you know, family members. I have community to help me with my family members. I can't have the relationship with my kids without my therapist and my agent. I can't have relationships that aren't healthy. So I need my substance abuse and my aftercare. I need those things, and I want them in my life so I can be a better representative of myself and make better choices and long-lasting choices for the people I love included.
Right. If you want to put this chapter of your life behind you, those are all the things you need to do when you're given that opportunity, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I appreciate those words. And again, you're welcome to give those to the officers and have them sent to us. I'm going to take your case under advisement today. You've been through this process before, as we indicated, so you know, I'll submit my report to the board. Once the board reaches a decision, you'll be notified in writing. Should be pretty quickly, probably by early next week. You probably should know what the board's decision is. If you have family members, loved ones that want to watch the board's website, as soon as the decision's entered in the system, it'll be available, and they can potentially let you know sooner than you get that written notice. Okay.
Okay, thank you
Anything
very
else?
much.
Anything else you want the board to know? Like,
Oh,
I apologize.
I'll brag a little.
We're a little close on time, but
All right, I've been in the Inspire program. I put myself in there and it's really been a positive, positive chance for me to work on myself. I've been working at commissary for about a month and I get to be a lead on Friday. I've got OSHA certified on my forklift and the Bumblebee, and I'm doing 7 habits of highly effective people. And I'm getting my HVAC certificate in about a week. So I really have been working on my plans for bettering myself, guys.
good. And I would encourage you, take advantage of every opportunity you have there and build toward that success we're talking about if you're given a chance at parole. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Good luck, Jennifer.
Thanks.
All right. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Dusty James. Your number is 169520. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right, Mr. James, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting this hearing today. I'm going to probably be taking testimony from you today. I'm going to swear you in. Note for the record, Agent Drew Johnson's appearing on behalf of the state. He's been sworn in at a prior hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, would you raise your right hand, please? Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Couple of procedural things. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing?
Yes.
All right, did you receive your disclosure packet? Had a chance to look over that and speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
All right, any questions regarding the information in your packet?
No.
All right, for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board after you got that packet. So what you have in your possession is what the board has and will be using to make a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, by way of review, before we get into the, any possible adjustments of pleas or anything, I'm going to note you, you've been back for quite some time, since March of 2024, correct?
Yes.
All right. You initially submitted a parole violation hearing waiver with a mixture of pleas to the 9 allegations, and ultimately the board accepted the waiver, noted the pleas, and continued the hearing pending possible filing of federal charges. Set a paper review, one that occurred in August of 24, and then another one that occurred recently in January 25. In both of those reviews, no charges had been filed at the state or federal level. And I checked in preparation for this hearing, and I didn't see that anything had been filed so far. And based on those charges not having been filed and how long you'd been back, the board ordered that this hearing be scheduled. So the first thing I'm gonna do today is hopefully I'm not putting you too much on the spot, Agent Johnson, but do you have any updates on the possible charges, whether they're state or federal at this time?
No, so I spoke with Agent Proctor, and he says he's been having a difficult time getting any communication around the whole thing. So as of this point right now, we don't know of any charges that have been filed.
All right, so how does the state, the other thing I should have mentioned is after that initial waiver, as I said, it had 9 allegations. There was a 10th allegation that was added that deals directly with the possible new charges, and that was part of that initial order from the board. So does the state, how do you want to proceed regarding allegation number 10 that deals with those possible new charges?
If we want to proceed with it, it may be only as a technical if we can't get any further information about charges. But yeah.
So if I understand correctly, at this point, you would want to amend it to a technical violation rather than a criminal. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Conyers, if you would like, I can go through the previous pleas that were made via waiver. The one that I will need to take a plea to today is 10, since none has been previously entered. Do you want me to go through those, or do you want to just address allegation 10 as a technical?
We can maintain our, well, actually, will you just review it briefly?
You bet. So one was a parole agreement violation. He pleaded no contest. 2 dealt with vicious dogs. He admitted that. Substance abuse evaluation, he admitted that. Pleaded no contest to 4, which was a gang association. He denied allegation 5, which was a residence violation. He admitted 6, which was using meth. No contest to 7, which was truthful with law enforcement. Admitted 8, which was alcohol. No contest to 9, which was operate a motor vehicle without installed ignition. And 10 was the one added that dealt with the new possession of drugs with intent to distribute, that now the states want him into a technical.
Thank you. If we need one, we can now admit number 5. It sounds like that one was still unresolved. For number 10, I would want to maybe speak with Mr. James for a moment to see if he wants to admit to that or say no contest to that technical today. If he wants to either do that, or we can talk about it, okay, or we would ask to set this for an evidentiary hearing. Mr. James, do you want to speak about that for a moment?
I would just like to just say no contest. If that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Is that his desire? That his desire then, and yours, Ms. Conyers, to change his, to enter a plea of no contest to 10 as a technical violation, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And just to, I know I heard you say it, Mr. James, but you want to maintain the previous pleas and also change your plea to number 5 to admit, and then enter no contest plea to number 10, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'll accept all that, and I'll note that the board didn't previously revoke your parole. So my recommendation, and based on those pleas, what we're talking about today is to revoke your parole of February 6, 2024. I will also note before we kind of proceed into giving Ms. Conyers and Agent Johnson and yourself time to talk, that if charges were to be filed at some point, then whatever decision the board makes could have to be changed if those charges do come about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. For purposes of, for now, though, I'll turn the time to Ms. Conyers to speak on your behalf.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, what we're asking for is that credit for the almost year he's been in custody and immediate release with another opportunity at parole. His plan is to go and live with his mother. She lives on North Temple. He would be working with his brother-in-law, doing some framing work. He has a business where he frames backyard patios. That's where he was working last time, so it sounds like he can continue doing that. And then he'll do treatment at the TRC. When he gets a little bit more stable, he does plan to, he's a tattoo artist, so plans to see what sort of opportunities there are there to do that as employment as well. And then his main priority right now is to reconnect with his family. So that's our request. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Agent Johnson, I'll turn the time over to you.
So I think at this point, with everything concluded, we'll just ask for 365 and a new parole.
All right, thank you. Mr. James, anything you want to say to myself or the board?
No, thank you.
No. So just tell me what was going on when these violations, what you would do to where you're at right now.
Right now, I'm currently speaking with my mother on trying to seek a sober living. I didn't really give it too much thought on trying to enter myself into a rehab place, but prior to this board hearing, I've been thinking about a lot of things about my life. I've been here for about 14 years, in and out for the past 2 paroles I've been out. I just really trying to connect with my family. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what sober living I could try to, that's willing to take me at this moment. I know I'm on a waiting list for one of them in West Jordan, but I should find out today of what's going on with that. But I just would like another opportunity for parole.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you're paroled 3 times now, right? We're giving you 3 opportunities and you've failed 3 times now. And, I mean, you need to change something yeah, I mean, you're working your way towards, not having another chance. And, if that were to take place, that's 2031. I don't imagine you want to be in prison until 2031, do you?
Yes.
When you make the kind of decisions that you've made for three paroles, those are the things, the possibilities that you bring into play. So you need to make some adjustments. And I'm assuming, I heard you talk about sober living, for whatever reason, if you get out there and you decide drugs or something you're going to do, you're probably going to end up having troubles and end up back here, right?
Yes.
You have a choice to make. If you make a good one, good things can come your way. And if you don't, then you got to prepare yourself for what those consequences are. And only you control that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of quick things. You've talked about your release plans. Do you have any mental health issues that would cause you problems with complying with parole?
No.
Okay. Physical health issues cause you issues?
No.
All right. Mr. James, I'm going to take a case under advisement today. I'll write up my report, get it to the board. Once the board reaches a decision, you'll be notified in writing. Should be pretty quickly, probably by earlier next week. We usually say anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, but I think it'll be sooner than that, especially given the time that you've been back and what's happened with the allegations. So if you have friends or family that want to watch the board's website, as soon as that decision is entered in the system, they'll be able to see it and let you know what that decision is, okay?
All right. Okay, thank you.
Conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Good luck, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Drew. time and place set for a parole violation hearing for KENYON FLETCHER numbers 194793, correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Fletcher, my name is Brett Barrows. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'll be taking testimony from you today and from Agent Drew Johnson. He's been sworn in a prior hearing, so I'll just need to swear you in. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. First, let me acknowledge, I think the officers told me that your fiance is present today. If she is, I can't see her there, but I would say welcome to her, and hopefully she understands she's not allowed to testify today, but I'm sure she knows that you appreciate her being there.
Thank you.
Okay. Couple of procedural things. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right, and you received your disclosure packet, had a chance to look over that and speak with Ms. Conyers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have any questions regarding the information in your packet?
I don't.
All right, for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you received your packet. So what you have in your possession is what the board has and what we're using to make a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, there are a total of 7 allegations we'll be dealing with today. Before I take pleas to those, I'm going to note there is a conviction that's occurred. It's in 3rd District Court. Case number is 241914316. In that case, you on January 28, 2025, you pleaded guilty to unlawful acquire, possess, transfer, financial card, 3rd-degree felony. I believe that's related to allegation number 3. Another count of unlawful acquire, possess, 3rd-degree felony was dismissed with prejudice related to 4. Another same charge, 3rd-degree felony, was dismissed with prejudice related to allegation number 5. There was an unlawful use of financial card, class A, related to number 6 that was dismissed. Another count of that is class A misdemeanor dismissed related to number 7. Another one, class A, that I didn't see was directly related to an allegation, but was dismissed with prejudice. And then another count of that as well, class A misdemeanor unlawful use, not related to an allegation, dismissed. Providing false information, peace officer, class B, that was also dismissed, not related to an allegation. And then another unlawful use of a financial card, class B, that was dismissed with prejudice. I know that was a lot, but does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, sir.
And you were sentenced to 0 to 5 years suspended, given credit for time served to close the case. Sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to take judicial notice of that conviction. I note that it's not a board jurisdiction. Obviously, we wouldn't be here right now. But it is, again, it's a conviction for conduct that occurred on parole. Given that, Ms. Conyers, is he willing to waive reading, prepared to enter pleas, and or are there any motions?
Yes, what we'd like to do is basically amend the allegations to match basically how it's listed on these allegations. So admit to number 3, which is what he pled guilty to, and then strike and dismiss 1, 2, 4 through 7.
All right, so enter denials to 1, 2, 4 through 7, and admit number 3, and then along with the judicial notice that I took of that conviction. Correct?
Yes, thank you.
Agent Johnson, is the state willing to dismiss allegations 1, 2, and 4 through 7 based on the court proceedings?
Yes.
All right, I will make that note then. Just confirming, Mr. Fletcher, your desire is to admit allegation 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
And deny those that we talked about. You understand the state's willing to dismiss those, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'll accept those pleas, and based on the conviction I noted in that admission, recommend to the board that your parole of November 5th, 2024 be revoked. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Ms. Conyers to speak on your behalf.
Thank you. What we're at, thank you. What we're asking for is 120 days, and with credit going back till November 19th, which is when he was detained, and another attempt at parole. His plan is to live with his fiance in West Valley City. Plans to work through the union. He's in the union electrician program, so that should open some doors for him. And he already has a therapist through the TRC program that he was working with at his last parole, and he intends to return to continue working with that therapist. Sounds like in my conversation with Mr. Fletcher that he knows what he needs to do to be successful this go round. So that's our request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Agent Johnson, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yeah, so this is his second parole, so we don't want to ask for a lot of time, but it was a very short parole. We'd like to make sure that his mindset has been a little altered at this point. So initially, we are going to ask for 180 days, but I think we'll go back to the 120 and agree with Ms. Conyers, and then a new parole.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Fletcher, anything you want to say to myself or the board?
I just appreciate the chance at another parole. It was a short parole. I did make a mistake. I should have known better. And I instead of just take things from somebody and definitely ask questions instead of just blindly accepting something. But I do know what I need to do. I do have plans. Like I said, I got accepted to the apprenticeship for the electrician's program. My fiance's still been in contact with them, and I can continue that when I do get out. And also with therapy, I got Clearview counseling as well as the TRC, and so I plan to continue doing therapy and to stay sober and stay on the right track and actually complete parole. I want to be able to be a good dad and be the man that they know I can be. And I've been away for a long time, and I'm ready to do something different.
All right, thank you. So along those lines, Mr. Fletcher, tell me, so why didn't you do that on this parole? Where did things go wrong?
So somebody asked, they asked if I need anything because I just got out, and I was like, yeah, I did. I need some stuff. I just got out of prison, and so they gave me a credit card, and instead of what I should have done was I should have asked and I should have looked into it instead of just getting the credit card from them and just going to the store. I should have asked questions, and I know that I made a mistake, and I know for future I'm not just gonna just take somebody's help, you know what I mean, without asking questions first. And
I'm gonna tell you, hearing you describe that, I think you knew full well what the situation was, and for whatever reason you decided to, and you made that poor decision, you know, and so you involved yourself in this criminal behavior that's now got you back there where you're at. And you know, you're probably pretty fortunate right now, and you know, because in my opinion, humbly, anybody who's out on parole who gets convicted of a new third-degree felony, it's usually it comes with a new commitment, and a new commitment would have carried probably a ballpark of 8 to 16 month guideline. And you know, now obviously that's not the case. That's not what the court did. So there isn't a new guideline. We're not having a parole violation original hearing, but you know, there's felony conduct there and a felony conviction that the board ultimately could you know, keep you longer than the parole violation guideline kind of thing. So and the reason why I say that is, you know, if you're granted another opportunity to parole, I mean, you've been given 2 now.
Yeah.
You've gone out there twice now and not complied with things. You know, there's consequences for that, and they can be significant. Every time you go back, there's a consequence, right? It's unfortunate, but if you want to be a good dad, you want to be those things, then when you're faced with those decisions, you got to make a different decision than what you've done, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, drugs continue to be a problem for you?
No, I did the supplicate shot right when I got out. I've been cleaning up hard drugs for a long time now. So when I originally caught this charge in 2014, I was doing pills and heroin, and I haven't touched it since. And I feel like I'm over that phase in my life. I did start doing the MAT treatment, and I think that was good. I have, like I said, I have my doctors that I'm working with, and I did do the supplicate shot right when I got out.
So let me ask you this. I noticed preparing for the hearing that you had a disciplinary violation recently, right?
Yeah, so the supplicate shows up, and I'm working with the prison right now. The supplicate shows up as Suboxone. It stays in your system, and they UA'd me right when I got back to prison. I was only back for a couple weeks, and so it's still in my system, but I'm working with IDHO, and they're working with medical right now to get that cleared up.
So have you been heard on that yet?
Yeah, they said that. So last time when I talked to the IDHO officer, they said that they're gonna get with medical is what they're gonna do. And all they're gonna do is they just gotta verify it.
Goes without saying that's you don't want to get involved in use and disciplinary violations in the prison, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any mental health issues that would cause you problems on parole or
No. No.
okay, physical health issues?
I'm healthy.
All right, and we've talked about your release plan.
Yeah.
I would encourage you to do those things that you're talking about doing. This is the hearing today. I'm going to take your case under advisement. I'll write up my report, get it to the board. Once they make a decision, you'll be notified in writing of what that decision is. Should be relatively quickly, probably by early next week. You'll know what the board's decision is. If you have friends or family that want to watch the board's website, once a decision is entered, they can see it and probably let you know sooner than that written notification. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
You bet. Good luck to you. And that'll conclude the hearing.
All right. Thank you.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Lee Davis. Your number is 174132, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Davis, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'll be taking testimony from you and Agent Chris Roberts. I'll need to swear you both in. You both raise your right hand, please. Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you both. All right, Mr. Davis, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing today?
I did.
All right, and you received your disclosure packet, had a chance to look over that information and speak with Ms. Conyers, is that correct?
Yes.
Very good. Do you have any questions regarding the information in your packet?
No, I just, when the time is appropriate, I just need to address a couple of things with the board to make sure that I know where to get information and, that type of information so that when I am released on, parole, that I have, the specific information I need to make sure that I'm compliant with my next parole.
Okay, that'll be good. Well, I'll give you an opportunity a little later in the hearing once we go through a couple of procedural things here, okay?
Thank you, sir.
You bet. And for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you received that packet. So what you have in your possession now is what the board has, and we'll be using to make a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to do a little bit of review here. Since you've had a couple of previous appearances and continuances for charges and different things. So the first off is you had a PV hearing back in August of 2023. It appears from what I can see that you denied allegations 1 through 4. There were charges pending in case number 231905635. The hearing was continued and what we call a PV paper review was set. You later had a PV hearing in July of 2024. You maintained denials to allegations 1 and 2, and those 2 allegations were ultimately dismissed by the board. You admitted allegations 3 and 4, and judicial notice was taken of a conviction in that case that I noted that ended in 5635. The board revoked your parole and then they ultimately continued the hearing again because you had possible charges that were related to a disciplinary violation that occurred on May 18th, 2024. Ultimately, you were charged in case number 241912846. And on January 14th, 2025, you pleaded guilty in that case to possession weapon / ammo / escape tool - offender detainee, 3rd-degree felony, and propelled bodily substance, contacting face or open wound, Class A. You were given credit for time served and that case was closed. Does all that sound accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
All right. I will note for the record, let me just double check before I state this. Those allegations that I just talked about in the case number ending 2846 were never added as allegations. So by my review, Ms. Conyers, Mr. Davis, and Agent Roberts, I don't think we need to readdress anything with the allegations, particularly with 1 and 2 previously being dismissed and the admissions of 3 and 4. And I'll just take judicial notice of those new convictions, that 3rd-degree felony, that Class A, in case ending 2846, and note that it's not a board jurisdiction and we'll proceed from there. Anything else that any of the parties want to add before we go beyond that point?
No.
Okay. All right. With that, any questions you have, Mr. Davis, about that?
No, I just wanted to find out what was the recommendation from my parole officer for the violation.
We are working our way towards that. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
All right, Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you at this time.
Thank you. Our recommendation is for an immediate release with credit for the time he served in custody since May 16th of 2023. He would like to start that at a halfway house. He has finished, just to note, he has finished the H2O program and wants credit for that program. When he's released on parole, assuming he gets that opportunity, he will work with Voc Rehab and will continue pursuing that same program. Ultimately, he wants to run his own business and has a master's, and he's going to be engaging in the master's program to assist with that, and hopes that through that master's program that he'll be able to get funding for business as well. So he has a lot of great goals. He's been waiting a long time, as you know, for this. Now that everything's cleaned up, and hopes to get that opportunity for parole just as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Agent Roberts, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yeah, I'm just on this case, just to clarify, he was supervised by Agent Conch. Agent Conch has been reassigned. He was then assigned to Agent Maida, who is now on military leave. So I'm the sergeant over this. So bear with me as I come. If anything seems out of the norm, please let me know. We can definitely leave it up to discussion. Basically on this, we would recommend another parole upon evaluation and screening of mental health support services and getting that done. Another thing is we would ask that a condition be imposed that self-employment is not listed as his primary employment. I would encourage Mr. Davis to kind of seek business opportunities, but from what I've read from Agent Conch, that seemed to be quite the distraction on his previous parole time. And so we would ask that he seek employment and work on that stabilization and those transitional things. And then hopefully that business becomes part of it when he can qualify for a termination of his sentences there. All those other things, and then we'd ask that he would notify us of all of his bank and credit related accounts to AP&P and make sure that any legal contracts he signs, that his agent is aware of those.
All right, and I just want to go back. What kind of time frame are you talking about as far as him serving? Are you recommending more time or an immediate parole as counsel recommended?
I would agree with counsel on that.
Okay.
He's been in what, over a year now?
Correct.
Yeah, so.
All right, thank you. Mr. Davis, anything you want to say to myself or the board?
Yes, I would like to address the entrepreneurial opportunity that the H2O program provides. They give you 3 credits towards your college, and these are entrepreneurial programs that allow you to go and work on business. And if they have any concerns for the entrepreneurship that you're pursuing as far as your bachelor's degree, your undergraduate, that they allow me to be able to do that while that they're in supervision of that. So if they have any questions of any criminogenic factors related to this, that I'm able to do this under their supervision to make sure that they don't have any questions about any distractions as far as finance and business, so that I can go and work on business plans in these programs and earn my degrees and get to that as soon as possible, which allows me to work towards employment and get my degrees on this. And then on top of that, I need to find out how to get the actual guidelines that APNP statutorily have to follow in order to approve me for any kind of or for any financial conditions that they impose, so that I'm able to grab that and stay compliant while I'm on parole. So those are my main things. It's just that I'm able to get you guys to order the support as far as cognitive behavioral therapy, support for my mental health, and any financial support that I'm going to need to pursue these entrepreneurial programs for my degrees while I'm on parole, so that I can go to school. So we don't want you guys to not support that and order against it. If we can get you guys to order to be supportive of that with their supervision, that is my concern. So if we could do that and work together, all together with that while I'm completing parole, I certainly would appreciate it.
Certainly the role the board plays in this is the board will determine whether you're going to be granted another parole again, another parole opportunity.
Okay.
And then the board sets the conditions of what they expect you to comply with. The actual, supervision, obviously, as you know, is conducted by APNP. So, if I'm understanding your question correctly, like if the board does order financial conditions, it'll be laid out in your parole condition what those requirements are, and then you would have to communicate with APNP and whoever your agent ends up being regarding, what things you can and can't do to stay in compliance with your parole. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Okay, I have a letter for the board. Also, can I give this to him to have you guys scan in so that you guys have it for my file?
Yeah, if you want to give it to the officers, they can send it in to the board. Absolutely.
Okay, and you're saying that his recommendation for my parole was to go along with counsel immediate release?
Correct. That's what the state's recommending. Now, again, both, and what I would tell you, Mr. Davis, is both of those recommendations will be provided to the board, and ultimately the board makes the decision on, if you're granted another parole, and if so, when. Certainly the board will be aware of how long that you've been back and how long it's taken to those things. One thing I would tell you, there's been a lot of conversations so far about the things you plan to do as far as your, the entrepreneur and the business and those kind of things. One of the things I had on my list to talk to you about is certainly the board's going to be looking at your behavior that's occurred both while you're on parole and since you've been back in the institution. And I would encourage you that you do whatever, is within your power to not get involved in, assaultive, person kind of behavior, discipline behavior, any of those kind of things, because those can have significant consequences for you, right? In my review, I noted at least 12 disciplinary convictions that you've had, and you've got one pending right now. So, whatever's going on down there, they'll just be aware those are negative things that the board's going to look at. And if you don't take care of those negative things and not engage in those kind of behaviors, you may not get to, have as much ability to get to the positive things that you're planning for. Because what you're talking about is good plans, but you can't get involved in those kind of things that are going to, bring convictions. And I was, not before I say this, I'm going to tell you, you don't have a formal guideline right now. You haven't been committed to prison. But if you had been committed to prison on the cases that you were convicted of, your guideline would be up in the area of almost 2 to 3 years. So that conduct, the board can consider those kind of things and take that into, account when they're making that decision. So again, I'd encourage you to do whatever you need to do to not get involved in those things. Okay.
Okay, and I have another question. As far as my credit for time served, the 21 months that I've served, and they revoked my parole. How does the sentencing guidelines apply to that, the 0 to 180? What do they do in order to go outside that and give you more on top of what you've done?
There would be exceptions. So you don't have a new guideline per se. You have what would apply because you weren't committed to prison on the new convictions. You would have a parole violation guideline, and that has long since passed. So an exception, the law allows for exceptions for the board to go beyond that parole violation guideline, and with the criminal charges and pending, when those were pending and whatnot, that exception's already applied. So really the board, and again, I'm not going to say, I don't say this to kind of beat you down, so to speak, but you have an expiration date of 2042. Right. Really, one thing I would say, your mindset should be that if and when you're granted another opportunity of parole, if you choose to violate that parole for any reason, then the potential outcome is the board could keep you in prison until 2042. Now, again, I'm not saying that I think that's what's going to happen now, but that's something you need to be aware of, right?
Certainly. Is there any way that I can make sure?
Go ahead.
Sorry, can I get you guys to order the MIO program at the halfway house?
Yeah. One thing I would tell you is the board doesn't just automatically order that. I mean, there's certain criteria that individuals have to meet before you can go to it's now called the MHSS program. That's something certainly that I can put, be aware that usually that takes a little bit of time for that review to take place before placement. So you might be looking at 5 to 6 months before that screening and that approval process can work its way through. So something I can ask about. I can't guarantee you that the board will order that per se, but I certainly can answer that's something you're interested in.
That sounds like a plan. That will conclude this. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with everyone here. Thanks a lot, and we will wait for the outcome. Thanks.
Yep.
Mr. Davis, good luck.
Should be a couple, 2 to 4 weeks at most, more than likely sooner than that. I'll get my report to the board and let you know what their decision is, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll conclude here and good luck to you.
My name is Kate Conyers. Agent Jeremy Shaw from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can. Sorry.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Shaw, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Peck, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to read it and speak with counsel?
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
Did you have a chance to read your disclosure packet and speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you. All right, so Kate, the board conducted a PV hearing back in September, continued it pending case number 241902022. Now that case was dismissed without prejudice. However, it appears that a different case was filed and it appears to be the same incident. And that was case number 241802050. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. In that case, he pled guilty to disorderly conduct, domestic violence related as a Class C misdemeanor, and then damage, interrupt the communication device, Class B misdemeanor was dismissed. Court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. Now, here's my question is, because the allegations are related to the original case, which was dismissed, and then he eventually pled guilty to an entirely different charge, how do we want to handle this?
I guess I would ask APMP, I guess what we can do is we can amend allegation number 1 from an assault DV to a disorderly conduct, Class C domestic violence, and then we could take judicial notice of that and then strike allegations 2 through 4, or we will maintain our denials on them and ask to strike them and reinstate parole.
What do you want to do, Jeremy?
If I don't mind amending these, if there's going to be an admission, if there's going to be admission to the disorderly, that's fine. Otherwise, we would want to go to evidentiary hearings.
Okay, let's do that. We'll amend with the amendment of number 1, instead of it saying assault CV, a Class A misdemeanor, if we can amend that to disorderly conduct DV, a Class C misdemeanor, he will admit or say no contest to that one, and then we'd ask to enter denials and still strike 2 through 4, and hopefully that would be stipulated.
Okay. Are you good with that, Jeremy?
I am good with that.
Perfect. Okay. Good. Okay. All right, Mr. Peck. Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to allegation 1 as amended from a assault DV as a Class A misdemeanor to DV related disorderly conduct to Class C misdemeanor. Are you okay with this?
Yes, I am. And I would like to say one thing to Officer Shaw, if I may.
Give me just 1 second. I'll give you that chance. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Before I accept this no contest plea, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept this no contest plea today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yeah, yes, I do.
All right. I'll accept your no contest plea to amended allegation number 1. Recommend the board revoke your June 6th of 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. We are asking for an immediate release with the credit for approximately the 6 months that Mr. Peck has been in custody and another opportunity at parole. He hopes to start parole at a halfway house. The Mormon church is helping him find an apartment of his own, but until they can successfully help him with that, he'll be at a halfway house. He plans to return to the same job he had previously at Harper Precast, and he will return to Alpha to finish up his SOTP. So those are his plans right now, if granted another opportunity at parole. This was only his first, so hopefully the board would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy, what's your recommendation?
So I previously submitted 12 months and then special conditions of a CCC for stabilization, domestic violence program, Group B, and board and substance abuse conditions. We'll just maintain that recommendation. I'm not against credit for time served for the 6 months, but you know, I just want to, he's on parole for a serious violent offense. It's a first-degree felony. These allegations, although pled down to misdemeanors, I mean, one of the charges was originally going to be a second-degree felony burglary.
Right.
What happened was the case was, they didn't decide to go forward on that with some evidentiary issues. So the case was dismissed from district court and filed in justice court. So that's the cause of the case change there. But the conduct in the report is clear. And to Mr. Peck's credit, he pretty much owned the conduct with the police. He made admissions to the police about his role in the incident. You know, I understand things can get stressful with family, and nobody's perfect, but he's on parole for a violent offense. The allegations are domestic violence in nature. I think 12 months is appropriate. But like I say, I'm willing to, you know, I don't see a problem with credit time served for 6 months. But we would really stand by. He has a lot of housing instability there at the end. We would strongly recommend a CCC for stabilization. And
Okay.
I'll submit on that.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Peck, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. I know you wanted to say something to Agent Shaw. One of the things that the board is going to order is to have no contact with, looks like it was your stepdaughter,
Yes, sir.
unless approved by APMP and a therapist, okay?
Okay.
That is something that both APMP and the board take seriously. Okay?
Okay.
So what that means is that the responsibility is going to be on you to get into DV treatment, attend treatment, do what you're supposed to. Talk to APMP, make sure you get their approval, make sure your therapist approves of it. And then if they say yes, then you can have contact. If they say no, it's no contact, even if they say no after they say yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. Go ahead and tell Agent Shaw what you wanted to say, then I have some questions for you.
Well, all of you guys actually answered that, but I just wanted to say that when this happened, I definitely know that I could have handled this a better way. And I think I was doing pretty good when I was on parole, but Mr. Shaw was right. I need to be more serious about this and pay attention to what I'm doing. This is my first parole. My charges that got me to prison are very serious. He was right about that as well. And there's not a day that goes by that I wished I could take that back and walk away and make a right decision when that happened, but I can't. But what I can do is learn from that mistake and use that for a stepping stone to make the right decisions. And the first thing I want to do is what you said, get back into my therapy that I was supposed to be taking, because that was working very well. And I was trying to transfer from Ogden to Salt Lake, and I had a couple of hiccups, and I should have thought that through more also as well. But I definitely I have, the church is going to help me, and I think it's a good idea for me to go to a halfway house so I can save up some money and this time do this the right way instead of trying to rush everything. I think that's where I went wrong.
Okay. What was this argument over?
Excuse me?
Do you remember what this argument with your stepdaughter was over?
Yes. I was working, trying to save up money because we were both going to move to Salt Lake because that's where my job was at the time. I don't want this to sound like a denial or anything, but she is a heavy drinker. Okay. And she is my whole life. I worry about her the most. The only thing I was actually trying to do is keep her safe. And the reason why I took the phone away from her is because I thought she was going to order more alcohol through Uber. I already lost one child when he was 13 years old, and I don't want to lose another one. And I believe it was just a circumstance that got out of control because she was drinking. I'm not going to say that's an excuse, but I think it's what led to what happened. And I actually did walk away and wait for the police to get there because that's what I was told to do from my first probation officer. Because if I have any police contact, I'm supposed to see, let them know who I am and not, and that I'm on parole. That's exactly what I did. And there was no intentions on harming her at all, violently, physically, at all, period. But it was just an argument that went the wrong way. And and like I said before, I definitely believe I could have handled it different. So again, there's something I can look back on and to get more positive things in my future. And I'm learning. I'm trying to change 45 years. I'll be 55 years old Monday. And I understand I'm going to take maybe a few steps backward to move forward, but I just wanted to go forward. I'm tired of being here. I really am a good person, and I need to take this whole parole more serious because I think I was, like what he said, I think I was slacking a little bit at first. I agree with that. I need to be more serious about this whole thing.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Peck. Here's my advice to you. Number one is work with Agent Shaw. Okay, I've known Agent Shaw for a super long time. In fact, almost my entire career of 21 years, I've known Agent Shaw. He is an agent that will work with you and will be happy to help you. Use him as a resource. Number two is this is how serious I want to remind you being on parole is that you have been convicted of a first-degree felony, which can equal life in prison.
Yes.
So every time you violate parole, you get one step closer to spending life in prison. Okay?
That's what scares me the most.
That's what I want you to remember. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
Excuse me?
Did you use any drugs on this parole?
No, I actually quit doing drugs when my son passed away. I've been clean for over 10 years.
Good.
I've never failed any UA that I've taken, and I don't have a problem taking more either.
All right. I mean, that's something to be proud of, you know, that you've been clean for 10 years.
It's probably been longer than that. And yes, I am very proud of that actually, because I had problems with that.
You should be. Okay. How's your mental health?
Excuse me?
How's your mental health?
Mental health? If I can find some help, I would love to be some type of a grief counseling. I've been trying to get in that previously, but now that I know I have insurance, that's another thing I would like to get into.
Okay.
I think it'd be helpful.
Good. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
No, and that's another thing I'd like to take care of because I have insurance now, is I'd like to find out, because if I am, I'd like to get the medication I need, if I need any, just to help me out.
Okay.
I mean, I'm willing to do anything to make this work because I'm tired of being here.
Do you take any medications?
No, I don't.
How's your physical health?
I'm getting kind of chunky, but I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
All right. Everybody says they're getting a little bit chunky.
I think it's the age thing, but.
Are you doing any programming right now?
I've been in the solid program the last 4 months.
Which
because
program?
The solid program.
Solid, okay.
But I just wanted to be in a positive environment while in prison, because I didn't want to go backwards in any way. And I heard about this program, so I opt to be in here, and I've been in here the last 4 months, and I think it's been a blessing.
Okay. And you're good with paroling to a halfway house?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think it would be a better idea because I will be able to save up money this time and to save up money to get a place. When I was transferring, I had to go to a homeless shelter, and I just should have planned that more, but I didn't. The time frame period was kind of a hiccup, but this time I'll make sure I have the money to move out so I can go from halfway house into my own apartment and do it the right way instead of trying to push everything.
All right. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know, Mr. Peck?
No, sir. That's about it.
All right. Here's what will happen going forward. I'll type up my report and I'll submit the board this week, or submit my report to the board this week.
Okay,
Takes
thank
3
you.
out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through a mail. If you have
Okay,
friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peck. We'll conclude this hearing. Jeremy, it was a pleasure to see you again.
It's good to see you, Reverend.
And I was nice. All right, this is the time and place set for parole violation hearing for Caden Chase Holmes, offender number 217349. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons of Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Sosa, so I'll need to place you under oath. You could raise your right hands for me, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Holmes, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to read that and speak with your attorney?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Kate, the board conducted a PD hearing back in November, continued it pending case number 241911075. And in that case, looks like he pled guilty to possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class B misdemeanor, and then criminal trespass, Class A misdemeanor, and intoxication, a Class C misdemeanor, were both dismissed. The court sentenced him to credit for time served and close of the case. I will attach that to allegation number 2. Take judicial notice of that conviction. So you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading. What we'd like to do with 1 through 3 is do what the court did, is dismiss for pleas 1 and 3 in exchange for the plea on number 2. So we'll admit to that one. On number 4, we would ask to amend morphine to methamphetamine. And if we can amend that, he'll admit to that, and then he'll admit to number 5.
Okay, Agent Sosa, do you have any objection to amending allegation 4 from morphine to methamphetamine?
No.
All right. Okay, I will do that then. Mr. Holmes, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit allegation 2, 4 as amended, and then 5 today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You'd also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir. And yes, I do.
Okay. I'll accept your admissions to those allegations, recommend the board revoke your July 30th of 2024 parole, and I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What we'd like to ask for is an immediate release with the credit for the 6 months he has served and another opportunity of parole. He wants to start that at a halfway house or one of the CCC programs, but he should be able to pay for his own apartment soon. He's just waiting for some more information about some opportunities he may have. He'll start doing the MAT treatment program again with the McKay Family Practice, and he'll also get back on his medication. He plans to also do the PATER, I don't know how to pronounce that, PATER program. PATER, that's how it is, PATER, thank you. As for employment, he'll probably be doing concrete work or running heavy equipment. So that sounds like some good opportunities in that direction as well. So he has a lot of good plans and ways to be successful on parole. So that's his request. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So what's your recommendation?
Just, can I get a quick clarification? You said 180 days time served?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. If I'm
so
correct,
he's been in custody
he still has about 40 days.
Okay.
Because I was going to do 180 as well, but that would
Should be around April, right?
That'd be about a little bit over a month left.
Okay.
Because our recommendation was going to be a 180 and
Perfect.
restart his parole.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Holmes, tell me what happened on this parole.
I was using a little bit at first and just kind of not knowing what to do. Then I tried getting my act together, and I was gonna go work down with my dad down in Hurricane. So I went and checked in early. I was clean, or I wouldn't even have went in and checked in early, but I guess the UA said different. So, but I was using meth and heroin. I haven't used no morphine. So that's why I said, I guess I'd at least amend it to something I was using instead of something I had nothing to do with. But, yeah, I was trying to just do good and, get stuff figured out. I've spent 10 years in prison. Like, it's kind of hard to adjust from doing prison back to being normal.
Yeah.
If that's a thing. And then I get sent to halfway houses or stuff like this. I'd rather be in prison than at the halfway house, because as soon as I get to a halfway house, it's just, you're locked in a box where you can't even get away from drugs. And it's just, the only thing that ever really truly helps me is a standard parole and trying to work it out from there, either an address or something like that. I haven't even tried working on one. I know I could figure one out, but if I go to a halfway house, that's something that's going to be, I don't know. That's my biggest issue, is using drugs, but I'm not hurting people. I'm not committing crimes. It's just, I'm a drug addict, but I'm trying my best to change that and fix that. Even with my PO, I would let him know if I was using, and he would help me. And like, I actually enjoyed having him as a PO. I would check in every time I was supposed to, or I wasn't trying to miss meetings or nothing like that. I'm just trying to buff it out. I'm doing the best I can, but I went from doing home invasions and hurting people to just trying to figure out my drug problem. So I feel like I've done a lot better. I know it's not an excuse to get in trouble or none of that, but I'm trying the best I can. I truly am. I don't want this no more.
I know you weren't convicted, but I'm assuming you scared the hell out of the homeowners, right?
Actually, they were really nice and tried helping me. That's the reason they said they didn't want to press charges. They said I wasn't there to threaten them. I was in worry for my safety and broke into a house and asked to use a phone. They were actually really cool people. They just want me to get drug help. They understand too, but they weren't mad at me, didn't want to press charges, nothing. I left a syringe in their house, and I said, hey, I don't want them or their kid to get poked with my syringe. So I told the cops, hey, I left this in their house. This is where it's at. It's like, I'm not trying to hurt people, no.
Okay. Did
But
you
you
know
gotta look at how I look too. People still assume I'm an active gang member or something like that. So it does cause problems for me when I'm out there on the streets also. So
Right.
it's just, it's my own fault for tatting my face and looking like this and gang banging, but that people were actually pretty decent. And then when I went to court, they said, look, we just don't want to press charges. We would like you to get drug help. They knew I wasn't there to hurt them. I was being chased by someone. That's why yeah, it just,
Did
it
you know
sounds
these
bad,
people?
but, huh?
Did you know these people?
No, not at all.
Okay, all right. And you're in Orange because you have an SL4?
Yep, I'm dropped out of a gang and currently back here. Just, I got a job. I've been working the whole time I've been down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Okay. What kind of job do you have there?
I'm a tray server. Come out and serve trays, morning, evening, and night.
Good, okay. Have you talked to the gang unit there about having some of those tattoos removed?
I actually have a form to fill out right when I get out. I'm gonna work with the university.
Yeah.
Fill out the paperwork and they'll actually do it for free.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Okay, good.
It's kind of hard to snap back after, even in my juvenile, I've got over 10 years locked up then. That's 20 years. I'm 32. It sucks. I'm trying to change it for sure.
How's your mental health?
It's actually pretty decent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any issues?
Yeah, manic depressant, bipolar, ADHD. I've got PTSD. I'm currently on medication in here for that also.
Okay, what are you taking?
Lexapro, and then they got me on the MAP program in here.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Actually really good. I work out every day, so.
Looks like you have a couple of disciplinary violations.
Yeah, I think one was for covering a speaker and then,
Yeah. And then other one, it looks like you refused a direct order for a strip search.
yeah, I got that one beat. I actually got it amended. Yeah, they dropped that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it looks like you have one pending.
Yeah, so what's crazy is they're dropping those two. I had a screwdriver in my house and they tried saying it's a 5-inch weapon. If you look at the paper, it's a 1-inch screwdriver for opening a radio. So
I
they're
didn't
dropping-
look at it because it's still pending and we usually
Yeah.
don't, if you haven't seen the IDHO.
Yeah, the cop said they're just gonna dismiss it because it was just written up wrong, but I usually don't get in trouble at all.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
actually-
they wrote you up for substance abuse.
Yeah, all that's, it's all being dropped. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mind sitting in here a little longer till you figure that out, but yeah, I've talked
We
to
don't wait for
Hernandez.
those, unless there's gonna be some sort of criminal charge coming from
Yeah.
that. The board doesn't wait for those.
Okay.
Okay. So you would prefer to not be released to a halfway house, is that
I
correct?
prefer a standard parole, yes.
Okay. Do you have an address of where you can live?
I don't, but I could get one figured out.
Okay, because that's gonna be a requirement, right? Even if the board doesn't order a halfway house, if you don't have an approved address, you're going to a halfway house for transition.
Yeah, well, I got a
Good.
little bit of money out there and I also have $800 on my book. So if I had to figure out my own place, I think I could do that also.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, just, I appreciate you guys for your time and just know I am trying to change. I don't want to be this person or I'm tired of this, man. I actually enjoy bringing people up and doing good. It's better to help people better themselves than to bring them down. I'm sick of all that.
Okay. How can the board and APP help you to stop using drugs?
Honestly, I've used drugs my whole life, so it's kind of like being in prison my whole life. For me, this feels normal, and being on the streets feels alien to me. It's just like the same with drugs. It's hard to break. What's crazy is when I'm doing my Suboxone and classes and working, I do decent, but I get to where I want to use amphetamine, meth for some reason, because it's been such a big part of my life. That's the only thing that ever gets me in trouble or anything stupid. So that's the biggest thing I've been working on. And I've been doing meth since I was 10 years old. It's kind of a sad thing, really.
It is sad.
I don't know. Sosa is actually a really cool PO. I could tell him anything and he'd try and help me. And I actually respected him as my PO. And usually I'd run or something, but with him I was comfortable and I knew he was really trying to help me. So it was a little bit different.
Okay, good. I hope you continue that relationship. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Holmes, here's what I have to go forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week.
Okay.
Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through my mail.
Okay.
If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You guys have a good day.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thank you.
On this next one, I think I'm gonna be handling it, is what I was told, the Medina.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher Patrick Medina, offender number 206377. Is that you, sir?
Yes, that is.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Stephen Baker from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah, I can see him.
Okay, I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
No.
All right. You too, Mr. Medina?
Yeah.
All right. So Kate, Mr. Medina does have a pending case number 241903075 for theft of services and 3rd-degree felony and providing a peace officer false personal info of an actual person. It's a Class A misdemeanor. Date of offense was November 13th of 2024. This case is set for a jury trial on April 17th of 2025. So do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading and we would enter denials at this time and we'd make a motion to continue for 60 days so that he can get that jury trial result.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Medina, here's what'll happen is I'll enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this case to get resolved. Once this case is resolved, whether you have a plea deal, they're dismissed, or you have a jury trial, please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved, and then we'll get you back on the calendar, okay?
Okay.
You have any questions for me, sir?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right, we'll conclude this hearing then. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Baker.
Yep.
Have a bit of a break.
4591. Is this you, sir?
Yes, that is, sir.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting the hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APMT on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, Agent Sosa was sworn in at a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. CANHAM, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I have.
Did you have a chance to read that disclosure packet and speak with counsel?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Kate, Mr. CANHAM did have a pending case. It's case number 2419-15030. In that, he pled to 2 counts of unlawful acquire, possess, transfer of financial card. Both of them were Class A misdemeanors. And then obstruction of justice, Class A misdemeanor, and then 2 counts of unlawful acquire, possess, transfer of financial card. Both Class B misdemeanors were dismissed. Court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed that case. So I will attach his convictions to allegations 3 and 4. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we will leave reading. I was going to attach them to 6, but that's okay. That's maybe a better way to do it. But we could do 3 and 4. So we'd like to amend number 2. Basically, we'll take, let's just start from the beginning. Number 1 was not filed, so we're asking to strike that one, deny and strike that one. Number 2, can we amend fentanyl to meth? And with that amendment, we would admit to that. Then you can take judicial notice and attach them to 3 and 4. And then we'd ask to strike 5 through 7 as those were either not filed or stricken as a result of pleading on 3 and 4.
Okay. Agent Sosa, any objection to amending allegation 2 for fentanyl to meth?
No.
Okay. And are you okay with dismissing allegations 1 and 5 through 7?
Yes, I'm good about.
Okay. All right. So Mr. CADEN, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegation 2 as amended, and then 3 and 4 based upon your convictions in court. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You'd also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these admissions today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, I do.
I'll accept your admissions to those allegations. Recommend the board revoke your May 28th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, what we're asking for is 120 days and another attempt at, with credit for the 2 months he's already served, and another attempt at parole. He'd like to start that parole at Nuke and do that program as again, as it really helped him last time. And he was doing his best to remain sober for the entire program, and hopes to achieve that. Unfortunately, he wasn't doing so great with his aftercare because during his last parole, because he was living with an alcoholic sister, which made it really difficult for him. So he'd like to start this parole at Nuke and do better. He would also like to consider going to Cornerstone in Ogden, as he'd like to stay away from Salt Lake City because of some bad influences he has here. And he's even, willing to make it a board condition that he stay away from Salt Lake City entirely as part of his parole agreement, so that he's staying away from those bad influences. He has been making some good use of his time while in custody. He's been working at the kitchen. He hasn't had any write-ups, and just is looking forward to getting back out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Sosa, what's your recommendation?
We're good with the 120 days. We would like him to be released to either our program or a SUTP. If Ogden as possible, that'd be great, but we understand that the board doesn't order certain halfway houses.
Yeah.
Besides that, we're good with the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Right, Mr. Cannon, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APP. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Because in preparing for this, I looked into the court case. And here's what I read, and so I've got to ask this question. Is that the probable cause court case states that you made 2 purchases at Taco Bell for $50 each, so that's $100, and then a $112.80 purchase at Del Taco. And that was on the same day. What did you buy?
I bought gift cards.
Okay, okay. That makes sense because I'm like, how many tacos is that?
Yeah.
Right?
There were 2 $50 gift cards added all together.
Okay.
So it had 2 purchases.
Okay. All right. Okay. And does that include not only Taco Bell but also Del Taco?
Yeah, there was it was $2 $50 at Del Taco, $2 $50 at Taco Bell.
Okay.
Within a 25-minute span of each other.
Okay. All right. That makes more sense. I was wondering who you were feeding for that much money. Okay. Were you under the influence at the time you made those purchases?
Yes, I was definitely. There's poor decisions. I mean, with my sister being alcoholic and then going to the halfway house, it was bad decisions.
Okay. I mean, then you probably shouldn't live with your sister, right?
Yes, I'm really gonna push myself not to even go into Salt Lake.
Okay.
I was doing really good in Ogden, and I should have just stayed there. I knew that when I should have just waited until I found a place in Ogden instead of being so anxious and rushing myself out of the halfway house, thinking I could do it, and I knew
Okay.
better.
All right. Okay. And you were using meth when you were arrested?
Yes, I was under the influence of meth when I was arrested.
When did you use it? Was it like a couple days before, a couple hours before?
I've been using it daily. I broke my ankle in December, and it was like broke my ankle right before December, and then just everything went downhill, and I was making bad decisions from that point on. It was a daily use.
Okay. How much were you using every day?
I was using a quarter gram to a tenth of a gram. Smoking, no intravenous. No, I was just smoking it.
How's your mental health?
It's really stable. I mean, when I'm sober, I'm doing really good. I keep focused on the path. It's just my mental health is very healthy. I'd say very good.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
I'm on heart blood medication right now.
What about mental health medications?
None of this, none.
You ever been diagnosed with any mental health medications?
No, I have not.
Any mental health? Okay, how's your physical health? You mentioned you're on medication for your heart.
Yeah.
Tell me what you've been diagnosed with.
It's just high blood pressure. It's the diagnosis.
And do you take a statin for that?
I don't know the name of the medication that I'm taking because I've changed it 3 times.
Okay. You have any other physical health issues?
Other than my broken ankle, no. It's pretty much, well, I feel healed. I would still need to have an x-ray to see where it's at. Maybe
Right.
I might they said that I might have to have surgery. And since I haven't been wearing a boot, I might have to.
Okay. How'd you break your ankle?
I was walking down a hill in Sugar House, the grass hill, and it was just wet, and my foot slid out and it popped. And then I went to the hospital, and it was a clean break.
Okay. Do you take medications for that, or do they give you ibuprofen or anything for that?
No, I don't agree with any kind of. I did take no more medication when I was at the hospital. I don't agree with any pain medication. I've had too many friends. I've lost too many friends to that. to that kind of addiction. So I've never taken pain medication ever.
Okay. And you're working in the kitchen there at Davis County?
Yes, I am, sir.
Are you doing any other programming?
No, not at this time.
Okay. And you requested a release to nuke?
Yes.
Okay. As Ms. Conyer stated, the board does not specify which halfway house you go to. But if they do order it, make sure you talk to your case manager, see if they can talk to AP&P and get you the nuke, okay?
Okay. All right.
Do you have any plans for employment?
There's a treehouse at Nuke. I was in employment lined up to go there, and I talked to the lady just recently before I came back in, and I was going to move back out there to Nuke just to go out there. It's called the tree loft, and it's
Okay.
the cookie factory right
Cookie
there.
factory, yeah. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, I just I know that I'm focused. I really want to stay out of Ogden. I know that they have a new one that Pippinogus. Just anywhere I can stay out of Salt Lake City, I'll do. I know I'll do my best.
All right.
So,
Okay. I mean, obviously, as much as I hate to say it, you probably ought to stay away from your sister, right?
yes, I'm not gonna. I've seen her in 15 years, and that's what I thought. I know I'm not gonna return. Haven't talked or even spoken to her since I left her house.
Okay. And was she the victim?
No, there's no there's no
I
victim.
mean, were those were her credit cards?
No, those were not her credit cards.
Oh, okay. Those were somebody else's?
Yeah, those were given to me.
Okay. Who gave them to you?
It was I told the arresting officer at KD West,
Okay.
but he didn't really care to listen to my side of the story. He just was wanting to get me there and book me in.
Okay. So this lady gave you her credit cards.
Gave me credit cards. That she gave me credit cards.
Okay. And then you used them in a way that she didn't approve of?
No, I don't believe that the ladies were it wasn't her cards that she gave me. She gave me somebody else's credit cards, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. So then obviously it'd be like if somebody gives you credit cards that weren't yours, you probably shouldn't take them?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Did you know whose credit cards they were?
No, I was just trying to make rent for where I was moving into. It was just bad decisions, sir.
Okay. Were you
There's no room.
using meth at the time she gave you these credit cards?
Yes, I've been on meth on a daily. I've been using it daily. I used it that morning, the day before, and the day before that. I was actually sleep deprived because I've been on the street at the time.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, Mr. Canham, I think I got all the information. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, not other than thank you for listening to me.
Okay, so here's what'll happen going forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through email. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canham. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Miguel. This is the time and place set for parole violation hearing for Shiloh Ruben Torres, offender number 181631. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
I can see them.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Put your hand down. For the record, Agent Sosa was sworn in the previous hearing. He is still under oath. Mr. Torres, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to read that disclosure and speak with your attorney?
Yes, I did. I was wondering if I could have another moment to just go over something with the court attorney.
Oh, yeah,
if that's
absolutely.
possible.
Yeah. If we'll go off the record for a second and.
We could get a breakout. Thank you.
Yeah, if you'll get a breakout, please. So that was the highlight of my day, asking that dude how much. The record for parole violation hearing for Shiloh Torres, offender number 181631. He just had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Conyers' counsel. Mr. Torres, are you satisfied that you just covered everything you needed to? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Kate, the board did conduct a PV hearing back in July of 2024 and December, and then continued it pending charges. Now, the board accepted Mr. Torres' pleas back in the December parole violation hearing and then revoked his parole. So to cover those, here's what I have from his previous hearings. Is he denied allegations 1 and 2, pled no contest to allegations 3, 4, and 5, admitted allegation 6, denied allegations 7 through 14. And then a lot of them were based on pending cases that have been resolved. All the cases were credit for time served, case closed. And then allegation number 15 is the one allegation we have not addressed yet. And that is related to case number 241407463 for property damage destruction as a Class B misdemeanor. He pled guilty to that. and the court sentenced him to credit for time served and close the case.
So we will admit to number 15 now, and then that should
Okay.
resolve everything.
That'll handle everything okay.
Perfect.
Mr. Torres, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to number 15. If I accept this admission, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. And this means that the board or the APMT would need to prove this allegation against you by preponderance of the evidence. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to set witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to this allegation today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing on allegation 15 only, okay? Do you understand this?
Yes, I do.
I mentioned number 15 only because you previously pled to all the other ones. So there would be no evidentiary hearing on any of the other allegations, okay?
Right.
Okay, I'll accept your admission. I'll affirm the revocation of your January 23rd of 2024 parole. Mr. Torres, did you also receive what was considered late disclosure, where it looks like it was your wife or significant other wrote a letter of support?
Yes, I did. I received that today, earlier today.
Good, okay. I was gonna say, I think we received it yesterday. So, okay, with that, Kate, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. What he's asking for is an immediate release with credit for the 8 months that he's already served in custody and another attempt at parole. He plans to live with his girlfriend in Salt Lake City. And he plans to return to Cornerstone if APMP thinks he needs more treatment. He has 3 different job opportunities, which is great considering that employment may have been part of the problem last time. One of them would be loading trucks at Ashley Furniture. He can get that job through a friend, or framing windows or buildings. And then the third opportunity is doing maintenance work at a campground. He wants the board to know that while he's been in custody, he's made really good use of his time. He's finished quite a few classes, including anger management, the timeout program for men, a domestic violence course. He's also completed the Career Academy on the tablet and is currently enrolled in personal responsibility classes. I will also mention that Kimberly Garcia, who I believe is his girlfriend, has reached out to me. I do not represent her. So let me make that very clear. She wanted me to advocate maybe on her behalf. I don't know that I could do that. What I can say is that she doesn't feel like there is a safety issue. I suppose Mr. Torres is asking that he be able to have contact with her and that they plan to do therapy together as a family and a couple. And also, obviously, he's going to be continuing whatever treatment he needs to do at Cornerstone. So again, I'm not advocating on her behalf as she is not my client, but I will share that.
No, I know. In fact, she mentioned that in her email to the board.
Thank you.
Which was kind of my take on it as well, was that you are not representing her, you're representing Mr. Torres.
Yes, thank you.
And this one was kind of, because I did the previous hearing. So I remember this case because I took my notes, and that I did mention, and I know that this caused Mr. Torres some stress, was that the board is most likely going to order no contact unless approved.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Torres, I know you want contact with her. As I stressed before, the board is not saying no contact, it's saying approved contact. Okay, and as I mentioned before, that puts the responsibility on you to do what you're supposed to do, and it does sound like that you have done what you're supposed to do. You've completed anger management, timeout for men, impact of crime, and other classes. So I would encourage you, once you're released, to continue that progress in your treatment regimen, okay?
Right.
That's going to be not only best for you, but also best for your girlfriend. Okay?
Right, I understand that.
Okay.
The last hearing, I know my girlfriend has had contact like with my PO and has been in contact with the board herself. And through my PO, like he made a comment about if I'm able to attend any domestic violence or anything like that, like while I'm here,
that would help too. And I did do that. And, I actually have like certificates from it. Like, I don't know if, you guys can see that,
Okay.
but
Perfect.
just to show that I'm taking it serious and I know,
Here's what, I don't remember seeing that in your file. So will you do me a favor, once you get back to the section, get a hold of your case manager, have them scan it and email it to the board, and then we'll put it in your file, okay?
okay, yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, all right, Mr. Torres. Tell me what happened on this parole. Oh, sorry, hang on. Before we do that, I've skipped Agent Sosa. Agent Sosa, what's your recommendation?
ABNP's recommendation is 365, so it'd be just shy of 4 more months incarcerated. I also got the email this morning, well, 2 hours ago, and it does sound like there's plans in place, but I would prefer the no contact order until Mr. Torres can get some kind of, I don't know if it's a treatment or an evaluation to verify that before they actually get some contact with each other, we can get some safety measures in place.
Okay. All right, okay. Yeah, like I've just spoken with Mr. Torres, that's most likely gonna happen. That's pretty standard with the board. All right, Mr. Torres, tell me what happened on this parole.
This parole, like, it kind of started out rocky, like from the beginning. A week after I was released, my grandmother died. She's always been a strong support for me. That changed a lot of things. I've been incarcerated for a long time, like, previous to all this. It has been trial and error. Like, I did a long stretch of time, and I just, it's just, I get overwhelmed, like, kind of easy. So like, getting out, like, I was able to obtain a job, the first few times. This last time, it was a little difficult. I did work through temp services. That was my biggest, like, really complaint. It was just a struggle to work. And then just, yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to not work or not. I didn't want to sit idle. So I had classes that I was supposed to attend or like do. I had to get an evaluation on that. So I just, I started going through that. I got the evaluation. I got the assessment back, and then I was attending treatment. I was checking in on time every time. I was doing pretty much everything I was supposed to. I just, me and my girlfriend got into an argument one day. It just, like, I was overwhelmed with these classes. I had a medical card when I was out there, and the treatment place that I was going to, they didn't want me to, I couldn't have that, like, at that treatment facility. So like, they made a deal with me that if I just, if I ceased to use marijuana during the course of those classes, that they wouldn't restart me. I was actually like a couple weeks out, 2 weeks out from completing that treatment. And on this specific day, I was just overwhelmed. And part of the agreement with that class was that I wasn't supposed to miss any classes. I was supposed to participate in everything. And on this day, like, I missed the class. And it was just one thing after another. I was just getting overwhelmed with things. And it just turned into an argument that escalated. It just, yeah, it went further than it was supposed to. We were arguing. The cops were called, and this is where I'm at now. I'm here because of it.
Did you shoot her with a BB gun?
I did not shoot her at all with no gun. I moved her out of my way, trying to leave the apartment. That's the only physical thing that I did to her. I did not strike her. I did not hit her. Like, this report, like, sounds like, I don't know. This report makes me look, paints a real bad picture of me. And that's not, like, even at all what happened.
Okay. Tell me about the one, allegation 15, that was the property damage. It looks like something happened with you and your neighbor and a fence was damaged.
That was a separate thing. That happened on Mother's Day. It was over the music or whatever at the house. And it was actually something that I didn't even start. Like, it was something else there was tensions going on over there, and to be honest, I don't even remember much of that day. I just remember getting in an argument with them, and I did hit the fence, and it put a crack in the fence.
Okay. Was it he complained, or they complained about your music? You complained about theirs?
It was, they had an argument going on their side of the fence, and we were outside celebrating Mother's Day as well. And
Okay.
yeah, there was alcohol involved that day. And it just, yeah, that was just a separate incident that.
Okay. And then you punched the fence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Had you been drinking that day?
I have, yeah.
Did that have contributed to that incident?
It played a part in it. It played a role. Just emotions were high that day within my family. Like I explained before, like my grandmother passed away. It was Mother's Day. It was just emotions were high. It didn't mix well with alcohol, and yeah, it's probably I should not be drinking, I guess.
Are you sure it was Mother's Day? Because you didn't get released till early June.
Released.
So could it have been Father's Day?
No, this happened.
Okay, this happened before you came back.
Yes, before I came back.
Never mind. Yep, you're right. Right. Okay. I looked at the wrong date. You're right. Okay. I apologize for that. Okay. How's your mental health doing?
I struggle with things, but for the most part, I have my head in the right place. I explained to my PO when I first got out, that hasn't changed. Like my mind state, like with what I'm trying to do. I've been incarcerated for a long time. I don't think time is the answer of being here. I need to be out there participating like with the community, like working and learning how to pay my own bills and do things like that. Like that I can't learn like much of that, like being here. I still have my mindset on being successful, like wanting to succeed. Me and my girl, we have a daughter together. I'm missing like everything, like her first year, her teeth, crawling, like talking. This time, like that I've been out, like I've never had it like this before. I actually have a family, like my own family, and a family that I care about, like that I want to be with, that I want to support, and just that support me back. So like yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to get back to them. I would like to work and help and contribute like to them.
How's your physical health?
I am good physically.
Okay. It looks like, as I noted, you did have one disciplinary conviction, but that was overturned on appeal.
Yes. Yeah.
And then there's one pending disciplinary for, it looks like you went into a cell that was not yours.
Yes, that's true.
Have you seen the IDHO yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay. We're not gonna worry about that, okay? Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I wanted to say, like, I truly realized a lot during this incarceration. I know I haven't been living a very good life, like most of my life. I've never really gave parole a chance. I never really gave anything a chance. I was selfish with a lot of things. And I see and know that my actions have hurt a lot of people. I need to make better decisions, create better habits, and plan ahead. I visualize a better future for myself and my family. My mom's health is not well. I don't have very much family that I grew up with, like is still around that I'm close to, besides my mom and my brother now. Since I've been here, I actually lost my uncle, and I have another daughter that she's 17 now. Her mom just passed away. So like, and she actually reached out like to me, to my family. And I've been here the whole time. So I haven't really been able to be in much contact like with her. But it made me think about a lot of stuff. Like I'm getting older, my family's getting older. And I want to spend the time that they have left. I want to spend the time that I want to show them that I could be successful, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I want to spend time with them. I don't want them to leave me while I'm here. Like, I don't want them to pass away. And my grandma and my uncle, like they were very close. They've always been a good support like for me. And my uncle's was kind of unexpected. And it just made me think about a lot. Like I said, like doing time like is not it's not helping me. I realized my mistakes and with my PO, I really did feel like I could like talk to him. And if I didn't get arrested before this, like I actually was gonna call him and maybe like find an alternative, or like we've talked before over the Mother's Day incident of maybe even spending a weekend in jail if I were to as an alternative like to things. And I felt like he was actually trying to help me, or like he really cared like about it. I'm not gonna let like what's going on now like discourage that or his recommendation or anything like that. I respect like him. He's a PO. He's got to do his job.
Yeah.
I know it was me that got myself here, and I'm just trying to get back to it. Like is what I'm trying to say. I have a family. I have a daughter. I have responsibilities, and while I still feel it as strong as I do, I would like to just be there for them.
Mr. Torres, I hope you are there for your family. We're out of time, so I want to express just a quick concern that I have. And I know, like you said, it looks bad, and it might not necessarily be bad in your eyes or in your family's eyes, but here's my concern. Is that you're in prison for some violent offenses, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you're on parole and you get convicted of some violent offenses. Right? That's going to be a concern. Yeah.
Yes, it's a concern, but like these charges are from 2010 and 2014.
Right. So I understand that some of them are from 2010, 2014.
They all are.
Which also tells me that you have not changed very much in that time.
There is a big gap of years that has passed.
There is.
Where I haven't even in institutional write-ups or like things out here. Like I have not. I don't participate. Like I'm no longer a gang member. Like I don't affiliate myself with them. I've made a lot of positive changes. So like I would like that to be acknowledged as well. Like
Oh, I did. I've acknowledged that in my report to the board that you've made a lot of positive changes, including being in a modified monitored STG program. And we talked about the programming you've completed since you've been incarcerated. Okay, so I will note that in my report to the board as well. But you know, sometimes, unfortunately, it's the negative that outshines the positive, right?
I feel like in this case, there's a lot of positive that you know, like I respect that though. But
yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, so this is your fourth parole attempt. And to be honest with you, if you come back on a fifth parole attempt, and that includes violent offenses or allegations, you might not get another parole attempt, okay? So just that's the way, especially now, given the climate that we're living in right now, is that's a possibility, okay?
Right.
All right. Okay, Mr. Torres, here's what'll happen going forward. Is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through email. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Torres.
Thank you.
Continue the good work. Make sure you get that to your case manager so we can put it in your file, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Hearing for Muhammad Ali Dahir, offender number 228337. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, that's me.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah, I can see them too, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Agent Sosa was sworn in at a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Dahir, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yeah, yes, I have, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I have, sir.
Did you have a chance to read that information and speak with Ms. Conyers?
That's correct, sir.
All right, okay, good. So Kate, Mr. Dahir did have a pending case, but it's not included in the allegations because that pending case was addressed via a RIM sanction. So with that, APMP has 3 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading, and we do have a no contest pleas to all 3 of them.
All right, Mr. Dahir, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to these allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, yes, sir, that's correct.
Before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you. Will be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you plead no contest to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
I do, yes, sir.
I'll accept your no contest pleas to these allegations. Recommend the board revoke your July 23rd of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you so much. So what we're asking for is, after having a good conversation with Mr. Dahir on Monday, is another attempt at parole. We are asking for 90 days with credit for the 2.5 months he has served. He plans to live with his brother in Magna, or maybe his girlfriend in Vernal. She wrote a letter to the board talking about their potential living arrangement. He has a couple of different employment opportunities, including a job at Free Phones, Free Tablet. And he also plans to pursue CDL classes, in Salt Lake City. He also will get an evaluation and do treatment if needed, and if that's what APMP wants him to do. One thing that he wanted to address with the board, just and be upfront, is some pending write-ups that he had. He's trying to figure out how to handle those. Sounds like he's had some bad interactions with some roommates that he's had. So he just wanted to address those. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, we're going to talk about that. I do have some notes about a couple of those. So, okay, thank you. Hey, so what's your recommendation? You're on mute.
Considering this is Mr. Dahir's 3rd attempt at parole, APMP requests 180 days as the recommendation, and to be released to another opportunity for parole.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Dahir, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I'm not gonna, I'm be honest, and I had thought I had it planned out to do the right things, and I was gonna follow the blueprint that I laid down for myself before I left this last parole, and I was at the halfway house and I did good there, and then I was getting ready to go to Columbus, and I had some allegations, these pending charges following me, and I tried to communicate with my agent, Sosa, and to let him know. I kind of panicked a little bit. I should have just went in and checked in with APMP instead of, texting him, telling him, hey, I'm going to go to court and then see what happens with court and then come see you. But it didn't plan out that way, and I got arrested that day, and, I ended up getting those charges dismissed, and I know that I made the mistake, and I'm taking responsibility. And I took this course, I don't know, it's like it's a certificate, and it's a personal responsibility. I just took a look at myself in the mirror, and I've taken a lot of responsibility for myself and to myself, and I know it's it's very hard out there, you know, coming in and out, being so used to going in and out of prison and jails, and I don't have the blueprint to stay out like everybody else. And I know I looked in myself profoundly, and I know what I need to do now and what steps I need to take. And I've got the support system I'm grateful for, and a lot of people don't have that. And you know, this last parole, I thought I was gonna be able to go back to Columbus, and that's where I had my most success. And that's in one of my plans. And if I am released, and I hope I'll get released, I want to go do the evaluation. And if they do recommend inpatient, I will go do my treatment. And if I can get IOP, I want to just get out of here and go back to Columbus, or I want to get out of Salt Lake, and go to Vernal, because I don't do very well with Salt Lake City and all the friends I've made in the past attempts of my parole. And, you know, I don't like the guy that I was before those 2 times that I went out. You know, I don't like that guy. And I know I made all those wrong choices, and I took a look at all those things I've done, and I like studied where I went wrong and how I can go different this time. And I feel that, you know, my support system and, you know, Agent Sosa and you know, to the people who are willing to help me, I know that I can be a good member of society, because I could rehabilitate myself, sir.
Okay, so I have this question for you. Is allegation number 2 is that you didn't report AP&P because you had a warrant for your arrest? Was that for the court case?
Yes, so I had a
Why
warrant.
did you have a warrant for the court case?
Say that one more time.
Did you not go to court when you were supposed to?
So I went first, I was supposed to go to court, right? And I missed it, and I scheduled a court date. My initial hearing, when I scheduled the court date, I missed my AP&P hearing. So my AP&P hearing was after was before my court date came, you know, my second court date where I was gonna initially appear. And then that's when I had the warrants, and I was like, well, I have warrants for these charges. So if I go, and I went to court and I took care of the warrants, and then I called the agent, I texted, and I try to make the attempt to try to like communicate that way. And I made the mistake. I should have just went in. Even the agents that arrested me, man. Like I told them, yeah. Sorry.
I'm glad you realized you should have gone in, right? Because the board, AP&P knew about this court case.
Yeah.
The board knew about this court
exactly.
case.
Yep.
Even with this warrant, you go to Agent Sosa, you're probably not sitting where you're at right
Exactly.
now.
Yeah. And that's what I said to myself every day. I look at the mirror, man. I'm like, man, that's where I went wrong. And I just sometimes that's my thinking, you know, like I just kind of like be on defense with, not saying like with police and stuff, it's just that warrant part. You know what I'm saying? I just got out and like I had a taste for this little bit of freedom, and it's hard to let go of that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So I try to,
I get it.
yeah, I try to take initiative to do that.
Looking at the pending charges, and a warrant with those pending charges is not the most serious thing in the world.
Yeah.
Even though it's a warrant and it's serious, it's relatively minor possession that was eventually dismissed. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. I should have just went in and talked to Sosa, and I know Agent Sosa. Like the first conversation we had with each other, he's a straight up stand up guy, and he told me what I needed to do, and if I would have just stuck to him and just went back, and I knew he probably wouldn't have took me in. It's just that bad mentality of like, you know, getting arrested every time when I go to and have a warrant, and I feel that's what I want to blame it, but I don't even think that's even an excuse for doing what I did, and I apologize for that, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You said you want to get an evaluation. Your most recent one assessed you at actually residential treatment for substance use. Okay. Did you use controlled substances on this parole?
No, I did not. I did not use controlled substance, but I'm not actually, to be honest with you, man. I did use it one time, and like it wasn't like a use. It was due to like being around it, you know. And that's what I felt dirty at the halfway house one time. That's I have, because I know you guys can look at those records, and I have a dirty UA, and it was because of me being around the system, and I didn't use, being straightforward, I didn't use the drug, but I was around, and that's
the only way you test positive is if you use it. So, okay. How's your mental health?
My mental health is great, sir.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
No, sir.
Take any medications?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
It's great.
Okay. And you completed that personal responsibility class.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you do have some write-ups. I noted one, it looks like one of them, it looks like you were convicted of some contraband.
Yes, sir.
And then there was one that I noted that is still pending, and that's the incident date, January 12th. And I noted that this appears actually to be your cellmate, not you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then there's a couple more in January that I don't know if they're the same incident because
Yeah,
one
they're all-
is.
they're all
one
the same
appears-
incident.
It just looks like you got written up multiple times for one. And then you do have one for, it looks like unauthorized possession, somebody used somebody else's PIN number for a phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you want to live with your brother in Magna or girlfriend in Vernal?
Yes, I have both places to go to, you know, and I have I have my dad out here too that support me, so I have multiple places I can stay, yeah.
What's in Columbus? Who's in Columbus?
My mother's in Columbus.
Okay.
One before that, that's where I went to, and I had very good success there. I was out there for like 9 months, and that was my long stretch of run that I had of freedom in. And
Okay.
it was due to, you know what I mean, being out there and not being around Salt Lake. So I'm
Good.
trying to just go out and do the programs that I have to go do as soon as I get out, you know, and I have work and I'm like a couple courses away of getting my CDL. And as soon as I get my CDL, I can pursue that career and I'm trying to get back to Columbus as soon as possible.
Good, okay. If you're still on parole and you want to go back to Columbus, you're gonna have to restart the interstate compact process, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, sir. Thank you.
Where can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So here, if you wanna go to your brother's house, make sure he answers the door. Last time I went 2-3 times, and no one would answer the door.
I will, yes, he will answer I'm gonna give you his, I'll even give you a key to the house if I have to, you know, because I live in the basement. I live in the basement spot, so you could easily just go to my spot. But yes, I will.
As long as someone answers the door, I'm happy with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
That's the big thing, right? People
Yeah.
don't realize. If you're residing at a house and you're on parole, an APNP knocks, if you're not home, but people still don't answer the door, that's really suspicious.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense.
That'll bring you back to prison just as fast as you not answering the door yourself.
Yes, sir, that makes sense. I got you. Thank you, Sosa. I got you, Agent.
All right. Okay, with that, Mr. Bahir, here's what I'll happen going forward. I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Miguel.
All right, thanks. Have a good day.
Record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Kendall Gavin Smith, offender number 196246. Is this you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Carl North from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent North, so I'll need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Smith, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
No,
You did not?
no, like, I got some blue papers, but I never received anything like that showed my allegations or anything like that.
Okay. Did you receive that at your previous hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Yes, I did.
Okay. Yeah, then we don't resend it. We just send you back what we see between now and then. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So Kate, the board conducted a PD hearing back in September and continued it pending case number 241402306. In that case, he pled guilty to assault as a third-degree felony and assault by a prisoner, a third-degree felony, and then interfering with a peace officer as a Class B misdemeanor, and another count of assault by a prisoner, a third-degree felony, were both dismissed. The court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. I will attach those convictions to allegations 1 and 2. He also had case number 241404290. In that, he pled guilty to, contact a domestic violence victim from custody as a Class A misdemeanor, and then 6 counts of contact domestic violence victim from custody. All third-degree felonies were dismissed. And then the court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case on that as well. So I'll take judicial notice of all those convictions. Like I said, I'll attach allegations 1 and 2. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations, and we will handle these 3 allegations just as they did in court with admissions to 1 and 2. We'll ask to dismiss number 3, deny it, and dismiss it for a plea for 1 and 2, and strike that allegation.
All right, Agent North, what do you want to do with allegation 3?
Sorry, which case exactly?
It was the interference
It's
charge.
allegation 3. It's interference with an officer. It was dismissed in court.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Are
that's
you
fine.
okay with dismissing that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Smith, Ms. Conyers indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegations 1 and 2 today. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before I accept these admissions, I need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means that the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I
I'll
do.
accept your admissions to allegations 1 and 2. Recommend the board revoke your February 20th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What we're looking for is 1 year with credit for the 7 months he has served and another opportunity of
No.
parole.
No, that's not what we're looking for.
Sorry, we're not looking for that. Pardon me, Mr. Smith. I may have been looking at somebody else's account or notes. He is asking for an immediate release with the 7 months. And Mr. Smith, you'll have an opportunity if these don't sound like your notes, and I apologize about that. He's already been in custody for 7 months. He is asking for credit for that time he has served. And if the board would note that he does expire in November and he would like an opportunity for parole if they'll allow it. He does already have some really great plans going. Sounds like the Mormon Church is going to help him get a place to stay. He has a job in Orem, managing a pizza cafe, but that's just kind of the beginning of his employment opportunities. He plans to sell cars when he's financially stable. He has been taking classes and hopes to continue taking classes in auto mechanics and eventually be an entrepreneur. His priority sounds like a really great source of stabilization for him is his fiance. who's also helping him. So that, and hopefully, Mr. Smith, I got that right this time, so I apologize.
Yes.
That is what we're asking for right now, is an attempt to stabilize before he expires in November. Thank you.
All right, okay, thank you. Agent North, what's your recommendation?
After 7 months, after this Class A assault, I'd be open to parole only under the condition of, as I provided in my report, he seems to do pretty well with more structure with programs. And I would have a problem with him going back to the exact same situation that he was in before, which is working at that pizza place with his fiance, who's the victim in this case. And that doesn't sound like any sort of recipe for success.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APP. Here's what I'm gonna tell you, is that if the board does grant you another parole, they're going to order no contact with your fiance unless approved by APP and a domestic violence therapist.
Okay.
Okay, that's going to be a standard parole condition. That's what the board's going to order. Okay.
Okay.
What that means is, because most people just hear no contact, it's no contact without approval. So it's going to be your responsibility to get a domestic violence evaluation, enter into, participate, and complete any treatment that's recommended.
Okay.
Okay. With that, tell me what happened on this parole.
You know, I did really great until I started drinking again. And I made a conscious choice to start drinking again. And when I did, I knew that it was gonna make me circle the drain and most likely end up in prison again. I made a conscious choice to do it, and I thought that I could bring myself back out of it after a week or two of doing it or whatever. I actually was drinking. I started to do it to try to show my fiance, actually, this is the truth, the evils of drinking, and for her to see it from outsider's point of view, maybe. Anyway, it was a terrible choice. And
Yeah,
that's,
so hang on, you started drinking to prove to your fiance that it was bad?
yeah, so she could see it.
I'm not
She
sure.
she had a problem with drinking.
Okay.
And I started drinking. For one, it was hard to be around her, drinking and me not. And for two, I wanted her to see how it harmed people's ability to be good at life. And I didn't plan on staying drinking. I stopped after a few weeks, and then it didn't seem like my plan had worked, and then I started again, just out of despair, kind of.
Okay.
So anyway, that's what
You
happened.
want my honest opinion of that?
Yes, sir.
One, it's not a good plan. Two, it's never gonna work. If you know you shouldn't be drinking and you start drinking to especially show somebody how bad that is, I mean, you're right. You're gonna end up back in prison.
Yes, sir.
That's the only exit on that freeway, right?
Yes, sir. I agree 100%.
So that concerns me. My other concern is that you stated that she drinks as well. And how is this relationship going to progress if one or both of you continue to drink?
It won't go anywhere if either one of us are drinking. I can guarantee you that.
Okay. I'm glad you see that. How do you stop drinking? How does she help you never drink again? How do you help her never drink again?
Through the church, through God, I have given myself 100% to God, and it's not anything like I have ever done before. I've given myself 100%. I'm not holding anything back. I'm obeying all the laws of God and man. I won't live with her or do anything, have sex with her or anything like that until we are married.
Okay.
And the relationship I won't even date her if we're drinking. But I plan on attending 12-step meetings through the church. I plan on attending church. As soon as I'm off paper, I'll be baptized. I'm doing everything the right way. My whole life, I'm a changed man, and I'm ready for parole.
I hope you are, Mr. Smith, not only for your sake, but also for hers.
Thank you. And I want to be a light for her and a light. My main aspect, my main aspiration in life is, yes, I want to be successful and I want to make enough money and stuff, but I just want to be a great, excellent husband and father.
Okay.
And everything else will fall into place.
Good. Well, I agree with you. Being an excellent husband and a father and everything will fall into place. Even before being an excellent husband and father is you have to be an excellent person.
Yes. I've worked on
Okay.
myself a lot since I've been
Good.
here, and I will continue for the rest of my life.
Good. Okay. Ms. Conyers has heard me say this many of times. I'm going to say it again. You got to take care of yourself first. Right? It
Yes.
sounds counterintuitive, but you got to take care of yourself first.
It doesn't sound counterintuitive at all. It makes perfect sense to me.
We're taught from a young age, right? Help others. Always help others. Always
Yeah.
help others. Right? Especially when you become a husband and a father, put your spouse and your kids first. Right?
Yeah, but if you're in no good shape, then how are you gonna
That's-
help them?
That's what you got to learn. So I hope that you've learned that and you stick to that, Mr. Smith. How
Thank you.
often now you said you started drinking for a couple weeks. How much were you drinking?
It was, I don't know, like a pint a day.
Okay.
Sometimes two.
Was that a hard alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Vodka's been my downfall for many years.
All right. How's your mental health?
It's good. I actually see a therapist in here. I haven't gone for a month or so, but I was seeing them every week there for a while. And they switched me therapists, and anyway, it's really good. I do nothing but, in my spare time, I'm either working out or I'm reading a self-help book or I'm doing programming. I've taken classes. I took anger management, ideas for better communication, and there was one other one that I just
Looks
finished.
like parenting?
Yes, sir. Parenting basics.
See? Okay, have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
No, sir.
Okay. Take any medications?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
Excellent.
Okay. As I noted, the board's probably getting an order, no contact unless approved.
Okay.
With your fiance, so do you have, I know it's kind of short notice, do you have a plan on someplace else you can live other than with her?
Yes, absolutely. The church, the Mormon church will get me a place to stay, and I will go to work immediately at getting this contact approved.
Okay. All right, is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Just that I am sincere and I am entirely capable, with God's help, of returning to be a productive member of society. I'm confident.
I hope you do become a protected member of society there, Mr. Smith. You know, you said with God's help, but God helps those who help themselves, right?
Yes, and I'm doing everything I can.
Good. All right. Here's what will happen going forward. Is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through email. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you. God
Thanks,
bless.
Carl. This is the time and place set for parole violation hearing for Colby Craig Kiesel, offender number 1888758. Is that you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Khaled Bunnell from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Bunnell, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you can raise your right hand for me, please. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Kiesel, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I am.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I am.
All right. So Kate, Mr. Kiesel does have a pending case. It's case number 241700160. In that, he's been charged with 4 counts of failure to register as a sex offender, all third-degree felonies, and then unlawful purchase by an interdicted person as a Class B misdemeanor. This case is set for an arraignment on May 6th of 2025. Now, Mr. Kiesel is unique because his current prison sentence expires on April 26th of 2025. So with that, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, or are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations. We'll enter denials at this time, and we are just asking for expiration.
Yes. Any objections, Kyla?
No.
All right. Okay, Mr. Kiesel. Here's what will happen is I'll enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf, okay? Now, most likely what will happen is the board will set what's called a PV paper review with the note that your next court date is not, or your current prison sentence expires prior to your next court date. Okay, so most likely what will happen is the board will order an expiration of sentence. Now, if the court issues a warrant for your arrest based upon your sentence expiration date, or if the Emery County prosecutor or sheriff's office files what's called a detainer with the Department of Corrections, on April 26th, somebody from the Emery County Sheriff's Department will come and pick you up from prison and then take you to jail, okay? But either way, as of right now, you will be leaving the prison on April 26th.
Okay.
You have any questions for me, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, with that, and we'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Kala has her instructions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I sent that right to the county attorney this morning, so hopefully they'll get on it.
Great.
Okay.
Hello. Hey, what's up, guys? My apologies for my absence today, man. I went to sleep like at like 9 this morning. I just got up. Anyhow, I'm gonna shut down the stream, and then I'll go ahead and open up the hearing from this morning from Connecticut. I'm gonna go ahead and divert you guys over to Maricopa County. If you guys want to go ahead and watch that, I believe one should be starting at 4 o'clock. If not, then just come back and check for the Connecticut stream. All right. And with that, I am out.